Good afternoon, and welcome to the 2026 VEI Veteran Business Summit. Please make your way into the theater. Our program will begin momentarily. Good afternoon, and welcome to the 2026 VEI Veteran Business Summit. Please make your way into the theater. Our program will begin momentarily. Good afternoon, and welcome to the 2026 VEI Veteran Business Summit. Please make your way into the theater. Our program will begin momentarily. Good afternoon, and welcome to the 2026 VEI Veteran Business Summit. Please make your way into the theater. Our program will begin momentarily. Good afternoon, and welcome to the 2026 VEI Veteran Business Summit. Please find your seats. Our program will begin momentarily. Good afternoon, and welcome to the 2026 VEI Veteran Business Summit. Please find your seats. Our program will begin momentarily. Good afternoon, and welcome to the 2026 VEI Veteran Business Summit. Please find your seats. Our program will begin momentarily. Good afternoon, and welcome to the 2026 VEI Veteran Business Summit. Please find your seats. Our program will begin momentarily. Good afternoon, and welcome to the 2026 VEI Veteran Business Summit. Please make your way into the theater. Our program will begin momentarily. Good afternoon, and welcome to the 2026 VEI Veteran Business Summit. Please find your seats. Our program will begin momentarily. Good afternoon, and welcome to the 2026 VEI Veteran Business Summit. Please find your seats. Our program will begin momentarily. Good afternoon, and welcome to the 2026 VEI Veteran Business Summit. Please find your seats. Our program will begin momentarily. Good afternoon, and welcome to the 2026 VEI Veteran Business Summit. Please find your seats. Our program will begin momentarily. Good afternoon, and welcome to the 2026 VEI Veteran Business Summit. Please find your seats. Our program will begin momentarily. Good afternoon, and welcome to the 2026 VEI Veteran Business Summit. Please find your seats. Our program will begin momentarily. Good afternoon, and welcome to the 2026 VEI Veteran Business Summit. Please find your seats. Our program will begin momentarily. Good afternoon, and welcome to the 2026 VEI Veteran Business Summit. Please find your seats. Our program will begin momentarily. Good afternoon, and welcome to the 2026 VEI Veteran Business Summit. Please find your seats. Our program will begin momentarily. Good afternoon, and welcome to the 2026 VEI Veteran Business Summit. Please make your way into the theater. Our program will begin momentarily. Good afternoon, and welcome to the 2026 VEI Veteran Business Summit. Please make your way into the theater. Our program will begin momentarily. Good afternoon, and welcome to the 2026 VEI Veteran Business Summit. Please make your way into the theater. Our program will begin momentarily. Good afternoon, and welcome to the 2026 VEI Veteran Business Summit. Please make your way into the theater. Our program will begin momentarily. Good afternoon, and welcome to the 2026 VEI Veteran Business Summit. Please find your seats. Our program will begin momentarily. Good afternoon, and welcome to the 2026 VEI Veteran Business Summit. Please find your seats. Our program will begin momentarily.
I'm Willie Johnson, Vice President of Strategic Sourcing, Procurement, and Economic Development for ViStar Credit Union, and we're proud to be the presenting sponsor for VEI's, or the Veteran Entrepreneurship Initiative's Business Summit. So everyone, so ViStar Credit Union is excited to partner with many other sponsors as well as serve as the presenting sponsor this year. But if you've been here in prior years, you know that I don't like to do a traditional welcome. As Carla shakes her head. I don't like to do a traditional welcome. But before I do my special welcome, I want to take a few seconds to just pay honor and respect to our fallen brothers and sisters that have experienced combat as a result of the international conflict that we're currently experiencing. So may we bow our heads for a few seconds. Thank you. So the non-traditional way of kicking things off will now happen. So as I call, and this is going to be fun because not everyone has a battle cry. So as I call your branch of service, I want to hear your battle cry. So let's start off with the Space Force. All right, so next up, Air Force. Oh, dear Lord. Okay, thank you, Air Force. Next up, let's do the United States Navy. All right, so the next one, let's combine these two. Let's do the National Guard and the United States Army. All right, okay, all right. Any Coast Guard members in the audience? Okay, we love you too, Coast Guard. All right, so for my brother and sister in arms, the United States Marine Corps. Hoorah! I love it. So with that being said, we're going to kick this thing off with the talented Carla Ray. Carla, take it away.
Wondering what my walk-up music would be. Nothing like what Willie got, but give it up for Willie one more time. It's always hard to kick things off, and you do a wonderful job every single year. My name is Carla Ray. I'm so grateful to be back with you once again this year for the Veterans Entrepreneurship Initiative Business Summit. Give yourselves a round of applause for taking time to invest in yourselves. I want to welcome all of the esteemed veterans in the room, distinguished guests, once again to the 2026 Veteran Business Summit. And today we gather with a shared mission, really important, to empower and support our fellow veteran entrepreneurs. We want you to leave inspired, connected, and to become more empowered in your own entrepreneurial journey. Here's what's in store today. We're gonna start, of course, with our welcome remarks. We're gonna listen to a wonderful keynote by Jill Schulman. Then we'll have a networking break, which I think is arguably the most important part of this summit every single year. It's the connections that you make with the people in this room when you're outside of this room. And then we'll, of course, reconvene and hear from the Veteran Innovation Panel and the Funding the Mission Panel, such important topics. We'll present the VEI Vanguard Award, hear some closing remarks, and then everyone's favorite part, the networking reception. We do have a few housekeeping notes today. As you may have noticed, there's coffee and water and snacks available in the gallery throughout the day. The restrooms are just outside of the main hallway. If you haven't located them, it's when you come in those double doors, just keep going straight and down to the left. And of course, please make sure to visit all of the sponsor and exhibitor tables during the break this afternoon. We want you to take lots of photos. We have professional photographers here, which are wonderful, but we also want you to take your own photos, post them on social media. Use the hashtag VetBizSummit, tag at vei.center on Facebook and Instagram, and at Empower Veterans on LinkedIn. With that, I want to get started by welcoming to the stage a man who needs no introduction, but I'm going to give one anyway, Orange County Mayor Jerry Demings. Orange County Mayor Jerry Demings, of course, Orange County government, a proud funding partner of VEI. We're deeply grateful for their continued commitment to the veteran entrepreneurship community. And as you may or may not know, former elected sheriff and just an all-around good guy. So please help me welcome Orange County Mayor Jerry Deming.
All right, good afternoon to all of you. It is indeed my honor and privilege to come here today to help welcome you to this Veterans Business Summit. I have the greatest admiration for the men and women who have served our nation. It is because of your sacrifice that we enjoy, arguably, still the greatest nation in the world because of you and your sacrifices. So as we approach Memorial Day, we will continue to honor those men and women who have fallen as well. I've had the privilege for nearly 38 years to wear a uniform during my law enforcement career, and at times we had the opportunity to stand side by side with our veterans. Today, I'm joined by the chair of the Orange County Veterans Council, Mr. Fred Robinson, a Marine. So I heard the Marine speaking just a few moments ago. But we're here, we're honored because you all are thriving as you have returned to the civilian world. Events like this really demonstrate the power of collaboration and achieve meaningful impact when we can achieve together. We are fortunate to have dedicated organizations, business leaders, and community partners who work collaboratively to ensure our veterans continue to thrive. As one of VEI's funding partners, Orange County is proud to support this mission. With more than 15 million veterans across the United States, Florida proudly remains one of the top veteran-friendly states in the nation, with more than 1.4 million veterans and counting, and more than 60,000 of those call Orange County home. Since 1945, the Orange County Veteran Service Office has been dedicated to helping veterans and their families with their VA benefits. In addition, the Orange County Mayor's Veterans Advisory Council continues to support initiatives that enhance the quality of life for our veterans through access to health care, job programs, business initiatives, community engagement, and strong collaborative partnerships. In 2023, the Mayor's Veterans Advisory Council initiated the Orange County Veteran of the Year to honor a local veteran who has made significant contributions to our veteran community. Nominations for this year's award will open in November of 2026. On behalf of the more than 1.5 million people who call Orange County home, thank you for supporting veteran entrepreneurship, honoring the service of our veterans, and investing in the future of our economy. May God continue to bless all of you. May God continue to bless the United States of America so much.
Mayor Demings, thank you so much. And thank you to whoever took the beautiful orchid out from away from my face. I didn't want to be the one to move it because I know a lot of work went into making this room look beautiful, and it looks great today. So thank you all so much. All right, now I would like to welcome to the stage VEI's co-founder, Ricardo Garcia. Ricardo is the co-founder and vice president of VEI and the senior director of product management at Elevance Health, where he leads platform strategy at Corellin, driving innovation at the intersection of health, technology, and humanity. A U.S. Air Force veteran, Ricardo graduated magna cum laude from Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University and completed the Leadership and Innovation program at MIT. He is well decorated and, of course, launched the Spear Accelerator here in 2024. He's a 2024 OBJ 40 Under 40 honoree, and he serves on the Orlando Mayor's Veteran Advisory Council. Please help me welcome to the stage Ricardo Garcia.
Thank you, Carla. And Mayor Demings, thank you for your leadership, your continued partnership with VEI and the veteran business community. It means more than you know, so thank you for all your support. So, good afternoon, everyone. Again, my name is Ricardo Garcia. I'm one of the co-founders of VEI. So excited for today. So excited to have a room full of fellow veterans, entrepreneurs. How many veterans do we have in the room? Raise your hand. All right, look at that. Give yourselves a round of applause. So this is the room where you need to make connections. This is your tribe. This is your community. And you don't have to go at entrepreneurship alone, right? You have your the men and women to your left and to your right, just like we had it in Battlefield, that have your back. And that's what VEI tries to foster. So take advantage of that during networking. Connect with folks. You never know who you're going to meet in this room. We've heard a lot of great things come out of this summit here, so we want to continue to foster that. So let's see. Simon Sinek talks about starting with why. He's one of the most inspiring leaders if you've heard his stuff. Organizations don't lead with what they do or even how they do it. They lead with why. So let me tell you our why at VEI. Rafael and I started VEI because we believed deeply, stubbornly, and without question that men and women who serve this country deserve more than a thank you for your service, which is welcome and we love it. But they deserved a seat at the table. They deserved real tools, real mentorship, real community, and a real shot at building the business that they had the courage to dream about. That's our why. It's always been our why. And if you've known us for any time, that's why we started this. And today, sitting in the room, all of you here are our why. So we're really happy that you're here. Since we started VEI, we've had the honor of empowering over 800 veteran entrepreneurs throughout Florida and beyond. We did an economic impact study a few years ago to figure out what all this is doing, what you guys are out there doing to the economy. In a single year, I think we helped that year, was about 150 veteran entrepreneurs. It turns out they created $106 million in economic output throughout Florida, created or sustained over 500 jobs, and that's really the impact, right? So by us helping veterans, not only are we helping veterans, we're also helping all the communities where they live and thrive, right? You guys are out there creating jobs and opportunities for other veterans or otherwise, which is really cool to see. So everybody benefits from this work. So this is your family, and so we want you to take advantage of it. That's why we do it. So take advantage of our programs if anything there helps you. Last year, we pushed the boundaries. We launched the Spear Accelerator. Our inaugural cohort was focused on health tech, focused in early stage technology, veteran-led startups. We partner with Johns Hopkins University and attracted top talent to Central Florida. And we empower some of the veteran-led tech startups here in Central Florida. You hear from a couple during the panel later today. We're not slowing down. We want to continue accelerating. We want to continue building impactful programs for all of you, right? We want to kind of showcase what veterans can do. And so what you will experience today is not just a conference. We want to create this movement for all of you. You'll hear from people who have been where you are, whether you're at the idea stage just starting or you're scaling your business, but you have those growing pains of scaling a business, the roller coasters, entrepreneurship. This is, again, your tribe, right? You'll hear from some incredible people. You'll hear about capital. You hear about innovation and about what it really takes. But more importantly, you'll hear each other. Look to your left, look to your right. These are your people. This is your network. This is your community. And this is the asset you leave here with today. Before I hand it back to Carla, I want to do something that matters deeply to me. I want to acknowledge the extraordinary partners who made today possible. Because none of this, not this stage, not this summit, not the programs that support veteran entrepreneurs every single day, none of that happens without them. So these organizations didn't just write a check. They made a choice. They chose to invest in veterans. They chose to bet on this community, and that choice deserves to be honored. I want to start by our presenting sponsor, a name that needs no introduction in the veteran community, VyStar Credit Union. VyStar has been a true champion of the mission, and their partnership is felt every single day in the work that we do. So thank you, VyStar. Our panel sponsor, Veterans Florida. The work Veterans Florida does, their partnership, I think without Veterans Florida, VEI would not be here today. And so we are super grateful for the partnership. I mean, I consider them, they're friends of ours, and at times it feels like it's family, right? So we're super grateful for their continued partnership. So thank you. And now on to our corporate impact sponsors. Each of these organizations made a deliberate, meaningful choice to stand behind veteran entrepreneurship. We are profoundly grateful for every one of them. Orange County Government, GuideWell Innovation for providing this beautiful space, Black Flag Design, VEI alumni, I must add, TrueLeave, the National Entrepreneur Center, and Central Florida Public Media. Thank you all for your support. Our program guide sponsor, which helped us print those beautiful program guides that you all hear today, Commerce Bank and Trust. You put VEI's mission in the hands of every person who walked through those doors today, so thank you. And then our veteran champion sponsors, Florida Angels and SEC Worldwide and Associates. The name says everything. You champion veterans, full stop. So thank you for that. To every single one of our sponsors, on behalf of BEI, on behalf of the veteran entrepreneurs in this room, and on behalf of the businesses that will be built because of your generosity, thank you. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you so much. Please join me in giving every one of our incredible sponsors the recognition they deserve today. Again, enjoy the summit. We're so excited to have you all here, so excited for the agenda today, and have fun, connect with some good people. So Carla, back to you. Thank you.
Ricardo, thank you so much. All right, before our keynote address today, I'd like to bring to the stage someone who has spent her career at the forefront of healthcare innovation. How fitting that she's here today in beautiful Lake Nona. From the boardrooms of Amazon Care and Alto Pharmacy to the mentorship halls of our own Spear Accelerator. Jean Zucker has held executive roles across some of the most transformative organizations in American healthcare. She served as Director of Growth at Amazon Care, overseeing sales, marketing, business development, and customer service, and well as customer success for their hybrid telehealth and in-person care model. Most recently, she was Chief Commercial Officer at Alto Pharmacy with deep expertise spanning health technology, life sciences, revenue cycle management, and patient advocacy. Jean is one of the most connected minds in healthcare today. She is a proud mentor and advisory board member for both VEI and the Spear Accelerator, investing her time and experience directly into the next generation of veteran entrepreneurs. Please help me welcome Jean to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Carla, for that very generous and warm introduction. Before I introduce our keynote speaker, which is my primary role here this afternoon, I want to take a moment to recognize and thank all of our veterans here today. Thank you for your service and your contributions to our country and our communities. You've done so much for us. I also want to thank the Veterans Entrepreneurship Initiative and the VEI leadership team in particular for the incredible work they are doing to support veterans as they transition from military service to entrepreneurship and leadership in business. As a mentor with the VEI Spear Accelerator, I've had the privilege of working alongside so many wonderful veteran founders, some of whom who are here today, and emerging business leaders who are building their companies with grit, resilience, and the mission-driven mindset that they demonstrated while serving this country. I'm a strong believer in VEI, and I believe in the mission, and I also believe in the very profound impact that Ricardo described that these programs are having with our veterans, their families, and the broader business community. So once again, thank you for your service. And now, our keynote speaker. It is especially meaningful to me to introduce today's keynote speaker because the message that she is going to deliver aligns so closely with the journey that many of you are on as entrepreneurs, innovators, and as leaders. I'm delighted to introduce our keynote speaker, Jill Schulman. Jill and I have known each other for many, many years, and we've known each other through the common bond and the common roots of volunteering for the Healthcare Businesswomen's Association, one of the premier global organizations for the development of professionals in the healthcare industries. Jill, as you will see, is powerful, savvy, and experienced in business. In addition to that, she is inspiring and one of the most courageous individuals that I know. She's also someone who brings together strength, beauty, positivity, and perseverance in the most unique way to challenge herself and also others to overcome the barriers that prevent us from reaching our potential. I am a big fan and friend of Jill Schulman, my dear colleague. We are honored to have her here today to share her words of wisdom and the insight around bravery. Her message resonates deeply with me, but I believe it will also resonate with all of you, particularly in a room filled with veterans, entrepreneurs, and leaders who understand that growth and success require stepping into uncertainty with courage and conviction. I think we will find today much inspiration from Jill's words. So let me tell you a little bit about Jill. Jill is a United States Marine Corps veteran. Let's hear it. All right, excellent. She's a leadership consultant and the author of The Bravery Effect. For the past 25 years, she's been developing leaders at all levels, from the battlefield to the boardroom. And yes, she actually started her career blowing things up. Yes, you heard me correctly. She started her career blowing things up because she led a Marine Corps demolition team as one of her first assignments. And then she moved on to selling drugs, the legal kind, within the pharma and life sciences industry, which is where I got to know her first. Now, Jill is on a mission to make people uncomfortable in the best way possible, because she believes that the only path to greatness is straight through your comfort zone. She's worked with Fortune 100 companies. She has studied at the University of Pennsylvania under the minds of the positive psychology gurus. And she has made it her life's work to help people go from safe and stuck to bold and brave. Oh, and she claims that running uphill is fun. So we know what kind of gal we're talking about here. She's one part tough girl. She's known for saying that pain is a way of the body releasing weakness. And one part nerd. She's obsessed with the science of peak performance. And above all, she is passionate about helping people live bigger and braver lives. It is my distinct honor and pleasure to introduce my dear friend, colleague, and someone who inspires me, and I think will inspire all of us today, Jill Schulman.
Thank you.
Coming on stages and being the toughest girl in the room, or the one that is, has the only military background, but speaking here, this is a little scary. I guess I might have to do something a little brave. That sounded really impressive, that introduction, but can I just take you back to when I was 18 years old? Let me tell you how it all started, because it was pretty pathetic when I was 18 years old. So I was growing up in a little town in Prior Lake, Minnesota. That's the name of my little town. Anyone from Minnesota here? Oh, we've got one. Huh. We go out in the boat. That's what we do, right? In the winter, we hang out in fish houses. So yes, we get into these little houses on top of the ice, and we sit in front of a hole, and we just sit there and wait, right? We do that? Ice fishing. We do ice fishing. Yeah, so that's Minnesota. So I'm 18 years old in my little town of Minnesota, and for me, pursuing a military career was my ticket out of small town Minnesota, and to be able to see the world and pursue a career of meaning. So I was lucky enough to earn a full ride on the Marine Corps, an ROTC scholarship. So I was getting on a plane when I was 18 years old to leave small town Minnesota to head to the beaches of San Diego, California. I was going to the University of San Diego. Now, I put a lot of thought in how to make a great first impression. I mean, I'm 18 years old, I'm reporting into my first unit, I want to make a great impression. So I had to make this decision. What do I wear? What kind of an outfit am I going to wear? This is literally what was in my mind. So I actually put some thought into it. So for my Marines out there, are Marine Corps officers allowed to wear jeans, at least back when I was in? They were not allowed to wear jeans. So I'm an 18-year-old teenager going to college and I can't wear jeans. Okay, I can't wear that. The second thing I thought of is let me wear a cute little dress. Well, that isn't going to work out well because I'm reporting into Marines, so a dress isn't going to work. So I found the very perfect outfit. It was these silk shorts that went down to about my knees because it was a summer. They were hot pink with white polka dots. They were fabulous. I had little pink heels of the perfect shade to match, and I even had my nails the same shade. Are you guys imagining the scene in your mind? Like a stunt double from Legally Blonde. I did not realize the error in my judgment in that moment. Now think of any scene that you've seen in Marine Corps boot camp. Now, this wasn't real boot camp. This was the upperclassmen at the University of San Diego, the midshipmen that were about to become Marines playing drill sergeant. But either way, you get the picture. And I was lining up, I remember, I'm at the University of San Diego, and there's a big line of students that are reporting into this orientation. So orientation is a week before all the other college kids come in, and you make friends with everyone. So we're lining up and checking in, and it's the Navy ROTC and also the Marine Corps option. And there were some other women there. So I'm like, okay, there's some other women here. But any woman that reported in turned left. And when I got up there, they said, Marines, you go right. And so I went over there and I realized the error in my ways. So you guys can laugh at me. I have made some errors. That day was a little bit hard. In fact, at the end of that first day, and a lot of you might have experienced something like this, but on the end of that first day, I was standing in formation. They were about to dismiss us, and Midshipman Bill Clark, I still remember his name because I looked up to him. He was like the guy in charge. He came over to me, and he leaned over, and he whispered what I thought would be a little word of encouragement. But it was, you will never make it as a Marine. Now, what does that do to you? I don't know about me, but he did me the biggest favor that day, because if you tell me I can't do something, that actually fired me up. So I'm not sad that happened. I am glad it happened, because in all the days that it was so hard and I wanted to quit, I would imagine Midshipman Bill Clark's face and said, someday I'm going to be wearing those bars and I'm going to see him out in the field someday and surprise him, right? So that drove me. All right, so you didn't bring me in to hear all about my stories in the Marine Corps. You came here to learn about the science of bravery. So that's exactly what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about, what does the science tell us about bravery? Now, all of you, I know that you're already brave. All of you that served in our military because you decided to serve our country. You also decided to be brave enough to become an entrepreneur. That's also brave. I am in the same boat. I'm both a veteran. I served for 5 years in the Marine Corps, and then also an entrepreneur. And both of them were incredibly scary. For those of you that were first getting out of active duty, were you scared to make the transition? Raise your hand. I was terrified. In college, the only people I hung out with were the other midshipmen, all the military people. And then I served for 5 years, and I was a really good Marine, but the only thing I saw, like on television, were people in fancy business suits, and I was terrified. I didn't know how I would do. And I was lucky because I was interviewing for jobs. The second company that I ever interviewed with, the hiring manager, Marine Corps officer. And he took me under his wing in my first pharmaceutical job, and he helped me be successful. So we're going to talk a little bit about bravery, and I want you to look at the image that's on the screen, which is a mountain. So I want you to think for a moment, one of your most proud accomplishments in life. What is your most proud accomplishment? For a lot of Marines, it might be just wearing that Eagle Globe and Anchor. That might be your proudest moment. It might be opening that business or doing something for a child in need. But what is that most proud moment in your life to this day? You guys have it in your mind? Now I want you to think back, the journey to be able to achieve that most proud accomplishment. Was it all smooth sailing? Was it just easy? You're saying, no. Were there ups and downs? Were there hardship? Were you scared sometimes? Yes. So this is what we know, that if you want to grow and develop and live your best life, we've got to learn to be brave. So as Jeannie said, I did learn about bravery, I think, as a United States Marine, and all of you did in the service. And then I also learned about it in corporate America, but it wasn't until I studied psychology at the University of Pennsylvania where I really discovered the science. And I realized that there's so many people that run away from what they fear. And when people run away from what they fear, it has a really negative consequence on them. And this really hit me because of my 2 teenage daughters at the time. So when I went back to school and I was doing my capstone on bravery, my daughters were 15 and 17 at a time. And I ran across some literature on what they call experiential avoidance. So in psychology, it's studying people who run away from what they fear, avoiding what is scary, what's uncomfortable. Now, this is not that long ago. My girls are now 19 and 21, so I just went back to school somewhat recently. And I was thinking about, in our world today, usually we're trying to remove discomfort. especially from our younger generation, take away obstacles, right? And as I'm looking at this research and then seeing the world through the eyes of my daughters, I realize, like, wow, experiential avoidance, what the research shows is that when people avoid what they fear, it leads to the development and sustainment of anxiety and depression. We wonder why we have the highest levels of anxiety and depression in today's day and age. And this is why I'm on a mission to teach the world what you all already know, that we have to learn to be brave. When we can learn to identify fears and do it anyway, that leads to a higher level of self-confidence, self-belief, self-efficacy. So that's a little bit of my why. As we heard from Ricardo with Simon Sinek, I'm like, I want to start with my why. My why is to really bring this message to the world. So let's get into it. As Jeannie was describing, I'm kind of one part, the tough girl Marine, yes, but I'm one part academic geek because my advanced degree is in the science of happiness. And you might be wondering, what does the science of happiness have to do with being brave? And let me share. So just in general, here's what the field of positive psychology is all about. It's not clinical psychology, which is incredibly important. Clinical psychology is helping people who are diagnosed with anxiety or depression or schizophrenia or whatever that is, and then giving them the professional help they need. Very important work in psychology. But in the 1990s, Dr. Marty Seligman at the University of Pennsylvania really started the field of positive psychology, which is a study of taking people who are at the middle that are pretty good, but how do you make them thrive and live their best life? And that's what I studied. And as I went through the program, I realized the number one blocker of people living their best life was fear. So I want to get to fear here. So in order for us to thrive in life, to take someone from good to great, or take someone from great to flourishing in life, they've got to set those ambitious goals, and they need to strive to thrive. We know this. For our bodies to thrive, we have to challenge them. We got to go in the gym, and we got to get after it, and we've got to make our body uncomfortable, because that's what makes our body the strongest, right? The same thing happens with our minds. And when I say this happens with our minds, I want you to know, I mean this literally. So when you set a scary goal and you overcome the challenges to be able to get that, what's happening in your mind is your mind or your brain is plastic. And each time you do something when you're a little bit scared, there's these little changes that happen in your brain. Your prefrontal cortex gets a little bit larger. Your ACC, or the courage part of your brain, gets a little bit larger, and then all the neural pathways get built. So we need to not only challenge our bodies, but we need to challenge our psychology, our minds, and always be setting goals that make us uncomfortable. So for all of you, as I was asked to teach you or share the science of bravery, I was a little nervous, like, I can't teach them anything. But I hope I can, because I hope the most courageous things you do are in front of you. Because if we do things right, we should always be leaning into challenges and setting more ambitious goals so that we are always feeling a little bit scared. So that's my wish. And then people always ask me, so Jill, why the Marine Corps, not the other service? So first of all, whoever came up with that marketing line of the few, the proud, that just worked. That just worked for me. It just made I want to be a Marine. And my grandpa. I had a grandpa who was a Marine too. So I knew he would be so proud. He actually came to my OCS graduation, and he just stood there quietly with so much pride. I remember that little baseball cap he had on with that World War II veteran, United States Marine Corps. So that was another reason why I decided to go Marine. All right, so let's talk about this thing called fear. I want to change your mind on fear. Most people think, I want to make sure I organize my life so that I don't experience fear. And in fact, the name of my TEDx is called Fear More, Not Less. Because so many people look at fear like a stop sign, like there's something wrong, like I'm feeling fear, so this feeling I'm having must mean something's wrong and unsafe, so I am going to hesitate or move back because of that fear. But what if What if fear wasn't a stop sign, but fear is more of a signpost, many times pointing you to the exact thing that your soul needs you to do? So that's the first thing I hope you guys remember today, is because if you are starting a business or you've got a business and you're trying to grow your business, there's going to be things that are a little bit scary. And when you encounter that fear, I want you to lean in and be curious. Because sometimes our reaction to fear is a little bit sneaky. Sometimes it disguises itself as wisdom. Like, you're not ready quite yet. The timing's not right. Has anyone done that, told themselves like the timing's not right, where you've waited too long? Yeah. So the next time you feel the emotion of fear, it's a go sign. It's the thing that you should do first. Because a lot of other people out there, they're going to look at fear and they're going to run the other way, or they're going to hesitate. If you feel the fear and you move forward, you will win in the business world. All right. So if fear is the thing that we want to avoid, and I will tell you this, fear is inevitable. We're all going to experience fear. But our reaction to it, hesitation, that's optional. And how do we overcome this fear? That's bravery. And bravery is trainable. I'm going to now quickly go through how you can build your bravery. So wherever your baseline is now, you can increase it over time, all from evidence-based psychology tools. Because building your bravery is like building a muscle. You wouldn't go to someone that comes up to you and says, I'm just not strong. I could never do a pull-up. What would you say to them if someone said, I could never do a pull-up? Practice. It's not going to be easy, but you can do a pull-up. You got to get in the gym, you've got to practice, and eventually, if you keep working at it, you're going to be able to do that pull-up, right? And the same thing happens when it comes to bravery. The more people work at it, like someone who's a little bit shy and timid that say, I can't be brave, I'll say, that's absolutely not true. We know on science, you start by doing what you can. So just like someone going into the gym, we don't want them to try to bench 200 pounds on day one. We'd say, pick up the bar and lift what you can and make sure it's a little uncomfortable. And you should be sore the next day. And then you do a little bit more and a little bit more. And bravery is the exact same way. And for me, this is the most important skill that I'm trying to teach my now 19 and 21-year-old daughters. This is the most important thing I need to teach them right now for them to thrive in life. So bravery is defined as not being fearless. Here's what some people think, and it is not true. They think, oh, being brave is fearless. I'm not afraid of anything. I'm so brave. I would say, if you're not scared, then you're not brave, if we look at the definition of bravery. So let's take a look at it. Bravery is defined as taking a step forward or taking action despite fear toward a noble or worthwhile goal. So taking a step scared because it matters. So you see that fear is part of the equation. We're not trying to make fear go away. In fact, I want us to lean in and feel more fear in order for us, our businesses to thrive, and our psychology and our happiness to be at the highest level. So there's 3 things I'm going to go over with you. I'm going to give you 3 tools today so you can immediately apply. You also have the book in your bag, so I'd be honored if you read the book, because you'll get all the other information that I'd love to share, but I don't have time to do today. So we need to start off with a brave mindset. And you know this. It's what we call, at least in the Marine Corps, our warrior mindset. It all starts in how we think. And Henry Ford has this famous quote. He says, whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're going to be right. So we need to start winning the battle in our minds first. That is the first step. So I'm going to give you 2 ways to do it. So the first one, it's 3 letters, 1 word that we have found in science to have some of the most profound impact in changing people to thinking they can't to they can. And it was discovered by Dr. Carol Dweck at Stanford. It's quite simple, but it's simply this word, yet. Now let's go back to that example I had before. If someone says, you can't, or someone says, I can't do a pull-up. Now let's add it and say, okay, say it again, but say it with the word yet. I can't do a pull-up yet. What does that change? It changes, and it makes you realize, like, it is possible, but it's not going to be easy. So this is all the research and growth mindset that Carol Dweck discovered, that some people think it's fixed, like, I could never do it. And when they think they can't do it, they don't even try. They don't even put any effort into it. And of course it's not going to happen because they didn't believe it was possible. But if you can just use that little word yet, so think of that for yourself, but think about it for the teams that you lead in your businesses. If people are feeling defeated, this challenge is, there's no way we're going to be able to overcome it. We don't have the solution yet, right? That means we can go out and find it. Any parents in here, please make sure your kids, if they're saying things that are self-defeating and I can't do it, teach them this word yet. It is so powerful. Here's the other famous phrase that we say in the Marine Corps and also the Navy, which is embrace the suck. When I first started speaking in corporate audiences across the globe, I was like, I could never say this. This is a little too harsh. Like, these soft civilians can't handle embrace the suck. It is the number one thing I get requested for hats and stickers. The civilian world, they love this phrase, embrace the suck. So I brought it back. Now, I thought this was kind of cruel and unusual punishment because it's some of my lowest moments in training as a Marine. And this is just what they would tell us, and I don't know if it really helped. But now I realize, now that I've studied psychology, I realize the brilliance in this. What we mean by embrace the suck is when everyone else experiences hardship or discomfort or fear and they hesitate or they run the other way, what do? We embrace it, we stay with it, and we get through it because that is what separates the winners from the losers. And for those of you in business, as you guys were saying, there's ups and downs. I know when I started my business, it was the same. There's ups and there's downs. And some people, when they hit the downs, they're like, this is a sign. I should quit. You're still in the fight. You're still there, so you got to keep going. So when things are hard, think like, I started my own business. I have the pleasure of encountering some of these challenges. I'm going to embrace this, and I'm also going to use my network that I made at VEI, and I'm going to call some people and say, hey, can you help me out? Do you have any advice for me? And you're going to get through it. My daughters do not love it when I say this. They're so sick of it, but I hope someday they're teaching it to their kids. Do you think the chances are okay? Do you think they're going to teach their kids someday? Embrace the suck? I don't know. I'm hoping. So difficulties strengthen the mind as labor does the body, a Seneca quote. The last thing I'm going to say on mindset, and then I'm going to get to the other two tools, is being someone who studied the science of happiness or positive psychology. I studied under Dr. Marty Seligman, probably the most famous psychologist in the world who started positive psychology. You know, when he talks about focus on the positive, he does not mean rainbows and butterflies and unicorns, oh my. What he means is that in times of challenge, when things are going wrong, he goes, you've got to focus on the positive. You've got to be optimistic that you can overcome the challenge. So in those times when you're struggling, or your kids are struggling, or your team is struggling, two things you can do to focus on the positive. Number one is talk about the progress you've made. So sometimes when we're looking up the hill to the mountain, we can see how hard it is, and it's hard, and it's a little bit daunting. But think about the progress you've made. That's the gratitude. What have you accomplished so far? So when you look down how far you've climbed so far, that should make you feel like, look at what I've done. And in addition, you want to be realistic about the challenge that you have, but just go back to that word yet and realize, you know what, I believe that myself and my team and the network that I have here at VEI, we can figure out how to overcome this challenge. I know that we can. We can go back to, it does suck. We can be realistic and go, this challenge is not easy right now, but let's stay positive that we can overcome it. So that's in the mindset side. All right. So as much as I love to talk about mindset, it actually drives me crazy when I hear other speakers on stages talking about manifesting and just believe that you can, and they don't talk about actually taking the step, because We can talk about mindset all day, but you still have to take that brave step. So let's talk about how we can make the choice, or how your teams that you lead will take the choice to your kids. In the face of fear, we have two choices. We have a choice to either, one, step forward in the presence of fear, and it's hard, or we can take that step backwards. How do we take that step forward versus that step backwards? What does the science tell us? So I'm going to tell you a story about snakes, and this is a story that's going to teach you one of the bodies of evidence in psychology that made the biggest impact on my research on bravery. And this is by Dr. Albert Bandura. So Dr. Albert Bandura did this study about people with phobias of snakes. Does anyone have a fear of snakes? I know I do. Okay, you be honest. I don't necessarily want to overcome this fear because this doesn't really matter to me. But he was studying how do you help people overcome their fears. And he had different groups, and he had one group where he just told, like, snakes are your friends. They're lovely, they're not dangerous. Didn't help them with their phobia fears, right? They took another group, and they not only said snakes are not dangerous, but they brought snakes into the room. No. He actually started off by showing a picture of a snake, and everyone's like, ooh, that's disgusting. And he's like, good, just get used to it. Then he actually brought in a movie, like of snakes moving, which made it a little more uncomfortable. Then he brought the aquarium of snakes in it into the room, but it was on the other side of the room. And then he brought it closer and closer. He brought the aquarium all the way up to the people who were scared of snakes, feeling uncomfortable, right? But he realized that the people here, you didn't die, you survived, so you're teaching your amygdala to calm down, it's okay. Then he took the snake out, brought it closer until eventually, he's a Marine, so he's not scared.
That's right.
And then he touches the snake.
If you pull out a snake right now.
She's like, has she got snakes here? That might be an interesting.
Finish the day.
The lesson here, though, is many people think that once you're confident, then you take a step forward. You guys, and that is absolutely backwards. So in order to build confidence, if you're scared, you take that little step forward. It is the step forward that precedes the confidence. And so many of us are like, I'm not ready yet. The timing is not right. That is just fear controlling your behavior and preventing you from doing the most important thing that's going to advance your business and advance your life. So I want you to remember when you see snakes the next time, you remember this. Okay. Now, I live in Southern California where rattlesnakes can kill me. So for me, I'm going to run away from the snake, and that is a good decision. But what we can learn from Albert Bandura is to take that step forward. So when it comes to taking brave actions, one other hint that I want to give everyone is when you have this big, daunting task, you need to break it down into smaller steps. So just like when we have a mission to accomplish in the military, we all get around and we do our battle plans. What is the mission we need to accomplish? And we need to break it down into step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. So break it down into smaller chunks that are a little bit more achievable. In addition, in order for you to be successful, we should always also do contingency planning. So many people think, Jill, you're a positive psychology expert, so you just come up with a plan and you assume everything's going to go right. That's how you do it. Like, actually, no, you come up with your plan to break it down into steps, and then you ask yourself this question: what may get in my way? And we go a step further and go, like, what external thing might get in my way, which sometimes happen, but sometimes I'll say, what might get in the way from you internally, maybe inside of your mind? So when you identify the internal barriers and external barriers of your plan, and then ask yourself, what will I do when those internal saboteurs or the external obstacles get in the way? So you do contingency planning. And that's what we do in the military, right? We come up with a plan and we think, what might the enemy do? And we come up with our contingency plans. That's exactly what we do. So as we're planning for our business, we want to come up with our scary goal, our brave goal, break it down into little steps, do our contingency planning. And in the moment when you're scared, the most important thing is to do the hardest thing first thing in the day. Attack the day. Just like we say, attack the hill in the Marine Corps, attack the day. If you see a hill, this is what I was trained to do, because I ran in Southern California. When I saw that hill, I just wanted to get it over with. So I run up the hill, and that's why until today, when I go for runs, if I see a hill, I sprint up it as fast as I can. So when you have that challenge, whatever that hill is in front of you, do not wait. Sprint at it and do that thing immediately. And this comes from Roy Baumeister's research, another famous psychologist. What he found is that we have limited cognitive capacity, which is really academic speak for you have limited willpower. Roy Baumeister says when you wake up in the morning, it's like you have a full battery of willpower. You have the best chance first thing in the morning for doing the hard thing. But you know what most of us do? And I'm guilty of this as well. You get up in the morning, get some coffee, look at your to-do list, and then you start doing the easy thing in the morning. I'm just checking my email, and then I'm going to go fold the laundry, and that thing that I really need to do, which is to make that call to that client to follow up, I'm going to wait until later. And what happens later? I'll do it tomorrow, right? So this is the discipline that we learned in the military that we've got to bring to our business. What is the hardest thing in our battle plan that we are most dreading to do? Wake up in the morning, you got to attack your day. Do that thing first thing in the morning, because when you do, what happens is you actually get a dopamine hit. You feel like once you do that hard thing in the morning, you feel, I just got that done. So you have this flood of positive emotions, dopamine, and it makes you more productive the rest of the day. So this is something you can take back for you, or you can take back for your teams, is when they do their planning of things they have to do the hardest things first thing in the morning. Give them those first couple of hours of the morning to do the hardest thing. And you can always have a little huddle and have people come and tell us what hill did they attack first thing in the morning. We've seen people increase their productivity by up to 30% when you just use this simple strategy of attack the day. All right, the last body of evidence I want to share with you, and this is the one I probably get the most excited about, is that bravery is contagious. Bravery is contingent many times on who we surround ourselves with. Grandma was right. You are who you hang out with. Remember that, what Grandma used to say? So the specific action you can take is to curate a brave tribe. So what I mean by this curate a brave tribe is surround yourself with not the same people you've always known forever because they're fun and you've just known them forever, but really think about who are the people that have the wisdom and the experience that my business needs right now, and who are the people that will challenge me to perform at my best. And these same people will also encourage me, and they won't let me tap out when I want to. So this is a strategy of thinking about when you have a brave goal, who are the people you should be surrounding yourself with? And every time you set a bigger goal, you should be finding new people to help you accomplish that goal, to climb that mountain. And I'll give you an example. When I decided I wanted to move from running my leadership development business to actually going back to school, becoming an author and a speaker, I had no idea what I was doing. And I remember sitting down I did my research at Penn, and I was ready to write my book, and I had accomplished all of these things. But when I sat down in front of a computer to try to write, that blinker just kept blinking, and I couldn't get the words out. I was stuck. The only reason I was able to accomplish that goal is because I knew, based on my research, I need to find people who have written books successfully, that have become keynote speakers like I want to be, and I need to go and call them and be vulnerable enough to say, can I ask you some questions? I'm struggling here. I'm stuck. And I did that, and one of my mentors, I was lucky enough, is Ken Blanchard. Anyone ever heard of Ken Blanchard? He's done a lot of leadership development work. He lives down in San Diego. I was working for his company doing situational leadership. So he kind of took me under his wing and said, you want to write a book? Yeah, I'll help you any way I can. So in my moments where I thought, maybe I shouldn't do this, maybe this is not in the cards for me to become an author, it was Ken Blanchard that said to me, and this is the best moment, I told him, like, Ken, I just know if I can do this, like the words are not coming out. I can just try to speak and do workshops, but I don't know if this book I'm meant to do it. And Ken just sat there and smiled and nodded and said, same thing happened to me. I said, same thing happened to you. You're Ken Blanchard. You have 48 best-selling books on the New York Times. Like, how is that possible? He said, whenever I started writing a book, I had the same problem. Jill, you running into this challenge, it's normal. It's just part of the path. And you know what that did for me? It made me realize that just because I was encountering a challenge, this was normal. So talking to someone who'd been down the path I wanted to go down helped me realize that there's nothing wrong. And then he gave me a hint that made all the difference in the world. He goes, Jill, and he kind of teased and winked. He goes, you don't have a problem talking about bravery. My kids tell me I talk too much. He goes, so why don't you try dictating? He goes, I do dictation for my books, and then I go back to it, and that is exactly the tip I needed to be off to the races, and that really got me unstuck. So I want you to really challenge yourself to think about whatever goals you're setting for your business or the goals that you set for yourself personally. Always be thinking about, how do I need to assemble the right tribe of people around me to help me accomplish the goals? And this VEI community is exactly the right place to be. All right. So when it comes to brave relationships, I just want to end with saying there's really 3 things I advise my clients to do, which is, 1, is we have to get in the habit of being brave enough to ask for help. Now, this is hard. All of you veterans that are tough and have this great track record, like, I'm brave, I don't need help, I can do it myself. Any of you stubborn people out there, have you said that? I know you're out there. We do. We're thinking, like, I'm not going to ask for help and figure it out on my own, because that's what brave people do. No, we are too much of a coward to admit we need help. So the first strategy here is we've got to be smart enough to ask for support. Now, I've got a combat engineer here, right here, 1371, right? So I was a 1302, he was a 1371. So let me just say, like, I said that I started my career by blowing things up. Actually, I was the officer. It was the real Marines, the 1371s, that were touching the explosives. And sometimes they let the lieutenant come over and play a little bit, right? That's the way it works. So let's say you're supporting a 1311, or 0311. Any 0311s here? All right, so our 0311s, which are our grunts, our front line, the backbone of the Marine Corps, those are the ones who take the hill. If you run into a minefield that you were not expecting, are you just gonna do it yourself? I'm just gonna run through it. Are you gonna do that? Put the lieutenant on there. Put the lieutenant on there. The smart thing to do is to ask for support. What are you gonna do? You're gonna call engineers up. He's the expert. He knows how to clear minefields. He'll either do it, little sticks if we're doing it covertly, or you'll bring in a line charge, which a line charge is a rocket with a whole, how long is it? Like 120 feet of C4. So basically we just have this rocket go off and it lands and it blows out, and then then we just go through it because we know there's no mines there. So if you need help, you're not gonna do it by yourself. You're gonna be smart and you're gonna request support, because that is in best service to the mission in order to ask for the help. So we need to get in the habit in the business world doing the same thing. Who can you ask for help to help you accomplish your business goals? It is not a sign of weakness. It is a source of strength. All right, now offering support. How many of you have mentored or helped someone that are newer in their career or younger than you before? Has anyone mentored anyone? You've mentored people? Okay, you've mentored people. Great. So almost all of us. How many of you, and I want you to show me by how high you raise your hand, how many people have enjoyed mentoring people? Like, it's been really fulfilling. Okay, all the same hands are going up. Now, how many of you ask for help? Maybe, so I'm seeing half of you. You guys are better than most. So I want you to remember this. You guys, based on the literature and pro-social behavior, helping others, offering support and mentoring others, it gives the person giving the support just as much happiness as it does the person receiving. So every time you hesitate to ask for help, you're robbing that other person the opportunity to get that lift, the joy of helping others. So we should be asking for help. We should be extending our hand down to also offer support. And then the last thing I'll share with you is just asking for feedback. When I speak to mainly Fortune 100 companies, we work on this skill of seeking feedback. Always asking people that have the wisdom and the experience, is there anything that I can do to elevate my performance to the next level? And expect an answer. If you can ask that question and generally listen and take action on it, you will be unstoppable. All right, so I want to give all of you a little gift today, and that is anyone like listening to your books on Audible or on any I like listening to books. Like, I can read books, but I'm just so busy. So you guys have a copy of the written book, but I just would love to gift to you the audio book as well. So just take a moment to do that. I just decided if I'm on a mission to help build like this bravery movement, I'm going to start giving away my book. I hope you listen to it or read it. I hope you pass it along to others. If you sign up for this, you'll be getting an email with the same code saying, share this with anyone who can benefit from this message on bravery. Anyone. The book is written as a parable. It's a story or a parable teaching the science of conquering fear, achieving more, and living life to its fullest. So I'm going to give you a moment to do that. Again, I'll send you an email. You'll not only get your email to sign up for the audiobook, but I'll also send you an email allowing you to share the science of bravery or the bravery effect with anyone you like in your circle. So your entire employee group, your entire company can read it. We also have a book discussion guide because I want you to be able to spread this. All right, I want to tell you one more story from San Diego. It's another somewhat pitiful one, but this one has a happier ending here. So I told you I went to school at the University of San Diego, which was an amazing place to go to school because USD, again, Southern California, we have access to MCRD, which is Marine Corps Recruit Depot, where boot camp is, where I could do the obstacle course. So where most kids go to OCS and they've never seen an obstacle course, I'd done it like 100 times. But the other thing that was close by was the Navy SEAL base. And I think I was 19, maybe 20 years old. I can't remember if I was a sophomore or a junior. I think I was a junior. And someone told me that we're gonna do a fun field trip to go to Coronado Island and spend the day at the beach doing something called the confidence course. So we get in our cars, we go out to Coronado, and I pull up to, it is on the beach in Coronado, but I look up to all of these obstacles that are designed to scare the crap out of Navy SEALs. And someone in my unit thought it would be a good idea for us as college students, midshipmen, to go and do that. You guys, this is the most terrified I probably was, not of like falling off an obstacle, but failing in front of my peers. So there's this one specific obstacle. How many of you have actually done the Navy SEAL confidence course? Has anyone done it? Am I the only one? So there's all these obstacles that have these names of the obstacles that are very, I think, misleading. Slide for life is more slide to death, is what we were calling it. So imagine this one obstacle. We climb up this platform, we're 40 feet in the air, and in front of us is a rope, and the rope extends down like 120 feet to the ground below, or like 150 feet, I can't remember. And it looks like a zip line. Like from far away, it looks like a zip line, but there's no harness, there's no equipment, it's just us. And it was my turn to go next. And in that moment, I'm up there, and you guys know when you're scared and you try to act cool? Like you try to act like, I'm not scared. So here's me trying to be like, I'm fine. But my knees are shaking and my hands are like, so everyone knew how scared I was, and it was my turn to go next. And in that moment, I took that step forward. I don't know how I did it, but I grabbed the rope and I started going down. And when my feet hit the ground on the other side, something shifted. I felt more confident. I felt invincible. So that moment carried through to my studying bravery. Makes me realize that because I was scared and I did it anyway, I was terrified but I did it anyway, that's what builds our confidence. And it's not just in these physical situations, it's when we have to have a difficult conversation at work because there's tension between you and I that's affecting everyone, and I know I have to have the conversation. Do I have the conversation or not? Or do I set that ambitious goal to take my business to the next level? Do I go for it? Or sometimes when I speak to younger audiences, do I ask that person out on a date if I'm really scared? It's all these circumstances. So when you feel the fear, do it anyway. I want to end with my final story about my grandpops. This is my grandfather. He was at the VA in Minneapolis before he passed away. I told you he's a World War II veteran, and I've never shared this story before. You're my first audience, but you're my fellow vets, so I want to share this. So my grandfather, World War II veteran, I had always heard that he fought in World War II, and then after I was commissioned and I was commanding an engineer detachment in a Marine Expeditionary Unit, I was stationed on a ship, the USS Tarawa. I go, Tarawa? That sounds really familiar. I think my grandfather had something to do with Tarawa. And I looked into it, and I'm like, my grandfather fought in the Battle of Tarawa. I didn't realize any of this, but these amphibious ships, so those of you who are not Navy and Marine Corps, Navy, sister services, amphibious ships, there's always 5 amphibious ships that are part of the, called an ARG, Amphibious Warfare Group. And Marines are on the ships, and we go and we float in the Pacific and the Atlantic so that we can attack anywhere within 24 to 48 hours. So I'm stationed on the Tarawa, realizing my grandfather fought there, and then I start learning about the battle because my grandpa fought there. And I learned it was known as one of the bloodiest battles in Marine Corps history. We thought that the Tarawa Atoll, which was heavily fortified by the Japanese, we did a lot of naval bombardment, and we thought that we pretty much demolished the island, so it would be an easy landing. But they were so heavily fortified, they were still in position. So when our forces started attacking, I learned by doing my history before I talked to my grandfather about it. First of all the Higgins boats hit the reef because they didn't calculate the tides right. So the Marines had to be getting out of the Higgins boats and wading in as the heavily fortified Japanese strongholds had machine gun embankments right there. It was absolutely devastating. So I learned about this battle, and I'm on the USS Tarawa, and then if the ship is in the vicinity of the battle in which it was named in peacetime, you can go there and stop there. So our ship went over there because when I was serving, it was peacetime. And they asked if anyone would like to go ashore, and I raised my hand. So a couple of us, there was 18 of us that got on choppers, went to the Tarawa Atoll, and I was able to stand on the beach in Betio, which is where my grandfather stormed the beach. And it was hot, and it was humid, just like I remember reading about in the history books. And it was this surreal moment. And then someone handed me a sat phone. Do you guys know what sat phones are? Satellite phones? We didn't have cell phones back then. There was no iPhone. Someone handed me a satellite phone, and they let me call my grandpa. Picked up the phone, I said, Grandpa, it's Jill. And he always says to me, how's my little Marine? I'm good, Grandpa. I'm standing on the Tarawa Atoll in Betio. And I just paused there for a moment and said, and I've learned about the battle, and I just wanted to thank you for your service and how brave you were. Absolute silence. And I thought, oh, he's never talked about it. I probably shouldn't have asked. But after about 20 seconds, he says, "Do you see a pier?" And I looked up, and I said, "Yeah, Grandpa, I see a pier." He's like, "That's where I came in." He goes, "The only place that we could get cover is under that pier because everyone else was getting mowed down. So we came in through that pier." He goes, "But the pier was on fire because we bombed it. So I was trying to get cover under the pier, trying not to drown, and trying not to burn my hands." He's like, "And honey, I don't know if I was that brave, but somehow I survived." And he said, "Honey, that wasn't the hardest thing I had to do." He goes, "I survived. I had to bring all my fellow Marines back home and to take every body and put them in bags and bring them back." He goes, "That's the hardest thing I had to do." So, and that was about 2 minutes, the only time he ever talked to me about it. And he said, "Honey, I need to go." So I share that story because it's this surreal full circle moment of my grandpa being part of the reason I became a Marine and then getting stationed on the Taro and actually standing there. But it brings me back to this concept of bravery, right? There's different types of bravery. There's no hierarchy of bravery. There's physical bravery, which is what we do if we're a police officer or someone in our military or a firefighter. There's also moral bravery, standing up for what's right. And there's also the psychological bravery, which is doing things even though we're scared we may fail. Doing things or saying things even though it may not go perfectly, we might get rejected. But it's all the same. Oh, I forgot to show you the pictures. It's my first time doing this, so I'm unrehearsed. My grandpa's in the upper right-hand corner. That's Grandpop's. And this is the planning of the Taro Atoll. Okay. So there are different types of bravery: physical, moral, there's psychological. We are all out of the military now. We honor all the brave souls that have demonstrated that physical bravery. But now we have to conquer the psychological bravery to keep setting goals that scare us, to keep doing things that make us uncomfortable. And that is what's going to help you have a business that's thriving and a life that's thriving. So my request from all of you is, I don't want your most courageous times to be in your past. I want you to keep pushing the envelope, dreaming big for your company and your life. And that's what bravery is. It's doing things even though you're scared. And if you do, and this is the promise of bravery and what the bravery effect is if you can learn to be brave for you, your company, your kids, everything, it leads to a more fulfilling, happier life. If we keep running away from our fears, it's going to lead us to less success, less happiness. So please join me in trying to spread the message of bravery to help everyone live a happier life. Thank you very much. Jill Schulman. Back to you.
One more time for Jill Schulman. Incredible. This is why I feel so lucky to be invited back to this event every single year, because I learned so much from all the speakers. We have such great panels coming up this afternoon as well. And there were a lot of great messages in her speech just now, but I want to just call out a few. One, do it scared. That's a mantra we can all walk out of here with. And two, just because a woman wears pink doesn't mean she's not a strong woman. Taking that one for myself. All right, we are going to take a much-deserved networking break. We want you guys to make relationships, make connections, and we also want to remind you that there is a raffle happening. So during this break, we encourage you to go ahead and purchase your tickets to potentially win 2 round-trip Southwest Airlines tickets, those provided by Southwest and the National Entrepreneur Center. So enjoy your break. We will be back here at 3:10 sharp.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, raffle tickets are available at registration for the Southwest Round Trip Ticket Anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, raffle tickets are available at registration for the Southwest Round Trip Ticket Anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, raffle tickets are available at registration for the Southwest Round Trip Ticket Anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, raffle tickets are available at registration for the Southwest Round Trip Ticket Anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, the summit will resume in 10 minutes. Please make your way back to the theater and find your seat. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the summit will resume in 5 minutes. Please make your way back to the theater and find your seat. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the summit will resume in 5 minutes. Please make your way back to the theater and find your seat. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the summit will resume in 5 minutes. Please make your way back to the theater and find your seat. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Ladies and gentlemen, the summit will resume in 3 minutes. Please make your way back to the theater and find your seat. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the summit will resume shortly. Please make your way back to the theater and find your seat. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the summit will resume shortly. Please make your way back to the theater and find your seat. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the networking break is now over. Please make your way back to the theater and find your seat. Thank you.
That was the walk-up, and I missed my opportunity, so I had to take it back. Thank you to everybody who followed instructions and found your seats in time for our panel this afternoon. Did everybody have a good networking break? Yeah. Did you meet some new connections? Amazing, amazing. And I hope that you extended your hand out as well to someone new that you can help. So we are going to kick off the afternoon, these sessions now, for our Veteran Innovation Panel. And to introduce our panel, please welcome Jeremy Sinemaki, who's the Deputy Executive Director of Veterans Florida, to the stage. I was like, please be in the room. Please don't be a straggler out in the hallway.
All right, well, as you can all tell, I am not Jeremy. So my name's Troy Bolivar. Unfortunately, Jeremy couldn't make it today, so he asked me to step in. So I'm the Director of Veteran Entrepreneur Opportunity for Veterans Florida. Veterans Florida is an economic and workforce development nonprofit created by the state of Florida. We provide SkillBridge, career, and entrepreneurial resources and training for separating and retiring service members, veterans, National Guard and Reserves, and their spouses. Veterans Florida helps veterans and families build careers, start businesses, and transition successfully into life in Florida. We are so proud to be here sponsoring this event and so proud of the great work that VEI is doing. So the founders you are about to hear have been in the trenches. They know the challenges and excitement of launching and growing businesses, and I'm excited to hear their insights. Please help me welcome our Veteran Success Panel to the stage. First, we have our wonderful moderator, Andrea Westner-Bronner, who is the Chief Strategy Officer for Florida High-Tech Corridor. Up next, we have Navy veteran Matthew Hogan, who is the founder and CEO of M3D Technologies. Please welcome Anthony Rivera, who is a Navy SEAL and is now the CEO and founder of VDevise. Now, please welcome Air Force veteran Suzanne Short, who is the COO of Catania. And last but not least, please help me welcome Marine Corps veteran John Lee, CEO and founder of AMROC. All right, Andrea, I'll pass it off to you.
Thank you.
Check, testing.
Hello. I'm loud. I'm a loud New Yorker. I like to say all the time. So I'm with the Florida High-Tech Corridor, and we are so honored with the just prowess of expertise on this stage, and to share that these companies are all within our family, within the 23 counties of the corridor, and to showcase their stories to you all today. And the purpose of our panel is really to share their insights of what they have translated from their military career into starting up a company and helping it thrive. I'm also going to ask you if you're working with any DoD, DOW clients and customers, and how that translates, and anything else you want to share about your entrepreneurial endeavor. So with that, I'll start with Matthew. If you would describe what your company does and what was your journey from veteran or active military to this entrepreneurial pursuit.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Yes, I'm Matthew Hogan, founder and CEO of M3D Technologies. This is not my first business. As a matter of fact, I've been a serial entrepreneur for the last 20 years since I've been out of the Navy. Our current company, M3D, we evaluate various XR technologies like VR headsets, haptic gloves, haptic suits, omnidirectional treadmills, and we integrate those together to create customized solutions for either workforce training, military, or medical applications. When we started the Spear Accelerator program, or just before we started the Spear Accelerator program, we also launched our latest product, Merge, which is a markerless mocap system that allows us to track users inside the system with no wearables. We have now also been able to integrate this into our other bespoke solutions.
Hello, can y'all hear me? Oh yeah, sweet. Yeah, I started VetAvise actually from my own personal journey out of the military. Back in 2017, when I got out, I went and did what every team guy did in the SEAL community. It's like, well, you're in the VA. What do I have to do? You're retired already. What do I have to do? I've asked 5 people. I got 5 completely misaligned stories and processes. So I was like, sweet, nobody knows what's going on. Let me actually go to the books and figure it out. So in the SEAL teams, we have a turn of phrase, plan your dive and dive your plan. So I did just that. I created a plan. The process worked. I got out of the military in January of 2017. At that time, the average VA disability claim took about 181 days. Mine took 11 days. And more often times than not, those disability claims that were decided on in 181 days were inaccurately decided. Mine, I batted 1,000. Every single condition that I was going for, I got awarded at a specific rating. So from that point forward, I was like, oh, I cracked the code. I know what's going on. I know how to engage in my federal, state, and nonprofit benefits. So then from there forward, I just tried to help one after another, and one turned into 7,000, and now we have 8,000 veterans that have gone through that process. We have a AI technology that helps veterans do that exact same thing.
Just want to touch on that real quick. I am a customer of this, by the way.
Oh, we don't charge veterans anything. So it's free of charge. It's out there. Yeah, it works. It brings VA processes into the 21st century.
That's wonderful, Anthony. Thank you for sharing. Suzanne?
Hi, I'm Suzanne Short, COO of Catania Product Development. We design electromechanical systems. So we basically take somebody's dream, somebody's idea, somebody's science project, and turn it into something tangible that they can sell. After I separated, I was in industry for 13 years, and it evolved naturally. I became an entrepreneur twice over. So I co-founded with my husband a rental property company, Big Space Rentals, and I joined a startup, Catania Product Development. I helped take that company and grow it. We grew 500% in the first 5 years. We had a kind of a rough year last year, and this year we're on track to double.
Thanks, Suzanne. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that journey that she and the company had soon. John, can you tell us more about you as well?
Sure. My name is John Lee. I'm the founder and CEO of AMROC. We are an autonomous space mobility company. What does that mean, and why did I build AMROC? Because, frankly, America and our allies are falling behind in space mobility writ large. Today, a lot of our spacecraft on orbit, too many of them, honestly, are acting like buoys, meaning they're useful, but they're fixed, isolated, and predictable when they need to be acting like ships. And our adversaries are quickly moving towards a future where their spacecraft are able to coordinate, maneuver, and interact with each other on orbit, creating uncertainty for us. So we're helping to turn our buoys into ships so we can maintain a strategic advantage on orbit. I got here when I was started on active duty circa 2019, when I said I wanted to be an entrepreneur, but I have no idea what I'm doing. And I joined a program that takes people like me, aspiring entrepreneurs, and kind of marries them up with government-developed IP and a program called FedTech. And since then, it's been not exactly a straight line progress, but always kind of moving forward. Yep.
Thank you. So for everybody's sake in the room, what would you say is a huge difference in how you overcome it from coming out of the military, where there's a lot of structure, there's a hierarchy of command, there's no playbook, right, for entrepreneurship? So I'll skip around for a bit, and then we'll go sometimes in different directions. I'll start with you, Anthony.
Yeah, so I think from my experience in the SEAL teams, it's a very flat structure. There's no real boss. It's, in fact, like in the platoon environment, you'll have an OIC, and he's pretty much just the figurehead. Nobody really listens to him. Everybody listens to like the platoon chief, and that's the position that I got into, because that's the old graybeard, right? You want to listen to the wise man. So from that community, you just had to figure out the problem, figure out a solution, get after it, and start being creative. That translates effectively into entrepreneurship very, very seamlessly. And you just have to be comfortable with failure, right? Like, you're going to fail time and time and time again, learn from it, regroup, and then keep moving forward.
It's great insight. So that's interesting about the structure for Navy SEALs. John?
Yeah, I think similarly, nothing that new that wasn't already said, but I wasn't a huge structure person even when I was in the Marines. Maybe that wasn't the greatest fit, but I felt it was pretty natural, like being able to operate independently, deal with failure, kind of recover, iterate quickly. All those things sort of, I don't know, maybe were developed during training as a helicopter pilot, trying to plan missions under kind of uncertainty. But I thought it translated really well into entrepreneurship.
Matthew?
So I was in a unique situation. My first command was actually a pre-con, the USS Ronald Reagan. So we were the first crew. It was still under ownership with the shipyard. And it was a very chaotic environment. Nothing was really structured on a day-to-day basis. Things were constantly moving. Things were constantly happening. But with my crew and my team, when we were just looking to finally get this ship ready and take ownership, we had to basically go through every single space and, identify if there was any issues and really kind of make sure that the ship was ready to be taken ownership underneath the Navy. Now, for me, when I transitioned out, I was very fortunate that I had a father who was an entrepreneur. So I'm fourth generation military. My father, my grandfather, my great-grandfather were all Army. I'm the only Navy. But I watched my father, when he transitioned out of military life into civilian life, really struggle. And it was, years before he found his direction, which wound up being a mobile practitioner, so mobile prosthetist, orthotist. He was the first one in the state of Florida to do that. So I watched 30 years of my father being an entrepreneur. So I knew when I got out, that was kind of the direction that I wanted to head into. So my journey is a little bit different.
Everybody has different journeys, so it's really interesting here. Suzanne, go ahead.
So for me, it was refreshing. When I was in the Air Force, the thing I liked the least was the bureaucracy of it. And then I was a defense contractor. As a program manager, I was working directly with the customer. I understood their needs, and I could see issues, and I recommended ways to avoid them, but I wasn't high enough on the food chain to always stop it. So in a small company, we say, see something, solve something. You have the ability to say, this is what we need to do, and the autonomy to execute and do it.
It's fabulous. And I think it applies, right? Everybody here is an innovator. And so that's like the cornerstone of innovation. What's the most valuable skill or initiative or story, something that stuck with you that the military, provided that no MBA or certain other college degree would teach you?
I'll take that first. So it was 2009 in Iraq. It was my first deployment. No, that was my second deployment. So I went through like a UAV school, so I was flying UAVs, and we were getting new UAVs in. So we would use them for reconnaissance and everything like that. It was a lot of fun, just playing toy plane. But we were getting new ones in, and we had a target that we were going after, and we knew that he was a HBID, houseborne IED builder, and we knew the time and place and where he was going to be. And I was like, man, we got these UAVs that we're just decommissioning. And by decommissioning, I mean, we're just going to blow them up, right? We're just going to blow them up because the military is really good at blowing money up. So I was like, I went to my platoon chief at the time. I was like, hey, can we turn this plane into a bomb and we'll knock on the door with this little small bomb? And I said that as a complete joke. And he was like, well, that's a good idea. Let's do that. And I was like, this is a $30,000 like door knock. This is crazy. So I built it and I presented the problem. I presented this creative solution. And I was doing it the whole time as a joke, waiting for somebody to be like, nah, this isn't going to work. And then sure enough, like it went all the way through to an operation. We knocked on the door thinking that there was going to be a big boom. Thankfully, it was a little boom. And then we entered the house, got the bad guy, and got out of there. So just creative problem solving.
Anybody else want to chime in with their experiences?
Yeah, you could just do stuff. I've never done an MBA, so it's all guessing about what the other side looks like. But like you were saying, shocking what you can do when you just kind of find a problem, think you have a solution. Maybe you don't, but you try it. You build something, and then you find out that thing is actually better than anything that actually exists because nobody's tried to solve the problem before, and then you end up with something that actually works after a couple different cycles. I think that's pretty cool and important.
I would say number one is work ethic. There's a lot of people coming into the workforce now that don't quite have the same level of work ethic as veterans do. And number two is empathy. You see a lot of people coming from different backgrounds that have different struggles, and they still have to come in and do their mission every day. And it helps you appreciate that you might not see on the outside what's going on, but people can be struggling and can push through it.
Matthew, did you want to respond?
Yeah. What I got out of my military career is that they pushed me to a point that I never thought I could do it, and then I actually did it. And it was the persistence and the tenacity that I was able to carry from my military career over into my business. There are going to be those highs and lows. Everybody who is a business owner understands that. And it's more along the lines of digging deep. If you want it bad enough, it was that military drive that I had when I served. And even, when you early on boot camp, you're just realizing, oh my God, I can't believe I just went through that. And then that was just the beginning. It's because of those experiences that have allowed me to carry that on into my entrepreneurial journey, because there has been some low points and there has been times that I wanted to give up, but I dug deep and I said, today is not tomorrow, and tomorrow is not forever. So I just keep pushing, and I'm still here today.
So we're going to double down a bit in some of your particular backgrounds, and I say deep dive, pun intended, because we've got Navy folks and whatnot here. And so Anthony, and I think there's also a pattern a bit with both being a SEAL and having a Marine here. Can you talk a little bit about, you were in extreme high stakes, ambiguous environments in some of these missions. How did you deploy that for, say, a failed product launch, or when a client may walk or something goes south a bit?
Yeah, it's tough, right? Because you're always going to be met with failure, hopefully, because if everything's going great, then you're not pushing it hard enough and fast enough. So in the SEAL teams, every time, whether it was a success or a failure of a mission, we would always come back and debrief. And that debrief started with what went good, what went bad. If it went good, how do we make it better? If it went bad, how do we make sure that never happens again? And you just constantly get used to failure. Also, just being very blunt, one of my first task unit commanders was Jocko Willink, and that guy was a complete jerk, and he would never let us win. So we were constantly in this mode of, you're losers, you're always gonna lose. Be prepared to lose. And then every time we would win, we were like, holy crap, we actually are kind of good at this. This is actually pretty good. And it was very shocking. But still, if you did get a W, how do you make it better next time?
I'm gonna need more Jocko stories because my husband's like an obsessed fan about him. So we'll need to hear the lowdown there. Thanks.
Yeah, he taught me jujitsu straight out the gate, and I've been doing it now for 18 years.
That's awesome. That's
He's
the right leader.
broken so many more of my fingers than anybody.
Oh, no.
He's a nightmare.
All right. I will never have him meet him in like a meet and greet somewhere then. John, in the Marines, which is a group that's very famous for improvising, how do you use the resourcefulness that you were taught there to, let's say, bootstrap a company or bring all the hats you got to wear when you're a founder and CEO?
That's a nice way to say cash-strapped, right? Underfunded. Yeah, I mean, just that mindset. I remember in the basic school, officer basic school, we were forced to read the book First to Fight, which is the story of how the Marine Corps had to fight and claw its way for its existence post-World War II, and how we were positioning ourselves as the low-cost but high-effectiveness alternative or complementary to the Army. So that's sort of baked in from day one is fighting for your kind of right to exist and being the high-value, affordable, low-cost option. We're doing that at Amrock, I think, from an early stage. It started out with just me on the team. I do not a company make. I need people with me. I need to build a team. You can't always afford to hire the people that you want to hire, but you can get by with interns and people that are willing to work part-time or for a contracting sort of engagement. And you get those people by kind of selling them on the mission. I think that's a big piece, trying to deliver a compelling vision of what the company is and what it's doing to get people interested, so that they're not necessarily worried about or not necessarily motivated by money, but they're motivated by the mission, so you can make every dollar kind of go farther.
That's great advice. Suzanne, you mentioned work ethic, and I think you thrived in helping, right, the leadership when you were in the Air Force. Can you talk a bit about the role of a COO and how you make the CEO or the founder's vision come to life in every day that you do?
The answer is cash flow. Everybody's good at what they do, right? That's what brought you into that industry. You could have the best product, the best service, 8-digit revenue growth. It doesn't matter if you can't make payroll and you can't pay your rent. So one of the things you can do as you execute the vision of the CEO is focus on timing. So for example, if I have a major purchase and I make it on the 18th of the month, I have to pay the credit card bill in 3.5 weeks. If I can wait one more day and pay for and buy it on the 19th, then I get basically 1 month interest free just by timing it correctly. Then I can use the points next time I travel and not have to spend money. So I'm taking basically what I had to buy anyway, material for the customer, and turning that into points for travel that helps us continue business development. So a lot of what the CEO or the COO does is not very glamorous. It's a lot of logistics and not very sexy decisions that are tactical and necessary for success.
I think you make COO look glamorous, though, so I'm going to give her credit. She's a very good friend, by the way, so I have to give her credit where credit's due on a big stage. Matthew, you worked on the USS Reagan, right? So, I think there was a lot of detail there, and that's a big project. Describe how you use your Navy discipline into the everyday operations of M3D.
Well, I mean, being on an aircraft carrier, I mean, you have to be situationally aware of everything that's going on, especially in a shipyard. But, there was milestones that you had to meet. There was deadlines that had to be done, especially when we were, taking over the ship. And a lot of things have to be done with precision. A lot of what we've done over the last 4 years, especially just the last 2 years under M3D with our latest product, bringing this not only into a entertainment space or training space, but we brought it into medical. And within that medical industry, we have to make sure that it's doing what it needs to do precisely and correctly. Because if we're missing something, it could be a false evaluation on a patient. It could have a very detrimental effect. So we have to have our team aligned and focused on when we're moving forward with getting this product to the market by the end of this year, that the precision and detail is in there so that we're able to kind of facilitate those clinician needs.
Was there, and I'm going to start with John, I'm going to ask all four of you, was there a moment that you almost quit, and how did you overcome that feeling and keep going?
No.
It's awesome. It's a solid answer.
I mean,
the Rock
maybe
and Amrock.
doubt does creep in, right? Like every decision you make, but just not an option. You know, I just turn that off in my head, and that's about it. Supportive spouse helps, but yeah, no.
I appreciate that. Thanks.
In my case, 2025 was a very rough year for us, and we had plenty of work, but our pipeline was getting very dry. And so there came a point in time where we had to consider that it might be more beneficial for me to leave so that I stopped drawing money from the company as a salary and just moved to a board position and helped out that way. But we doubled down. We spent a lot of effort on business development. And what really got us through was last year we found the right show, which was Soft Week. And we came out of Soft Week with 4 new contracts. Out of those 4, 3 had follow-on, and out of those 3, 1 led to a retainer. And so we just fought through it, and now we're doing better than ever.
Anthony?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie and say it would be so much easier to quit, because that would be 100% true. But at a certain point, you're like pot committed. And now you're like, well, it's easier just to keep blasting through than it is to turn around, go home, and then start this journey all over again. But there's also like so I'm a part of this movement in Florida called Americans for Ibogaine. Mental health in the veteran community is extremely important, and it's probably one of the least talked about things. There's nobody going out there and actually trying to solve that problem in a creative way. And especially in the entrepreneurship space, we also know that suicide is a problem in entrepreneurship. Veterans on top of that, it just bakes it in even more. Americans for Ibogaine is very drawn into providing Ibogaine as a treatment method for veterans eventually in the state of Florida. Texas is starting it later this year. But yeah, I'm a big proponent of any type of mental health process you can go through every minute of every day. And so exercise, realize that, I listen to Joe Rogan, I do jujitsu, and he's right. If you do hard stuff all the time, work becomes pretty easy. So, I teach jujitsu twice a week, and practicing strangling your friends really does put a whole lot of different things into perspective when you're just having to make decisions.
Matthew?
Yeah, 25 was an interesting year. Last year, M3D, we were involved in quite a bit. We were showcasing our latest product, Merge, to almost every single industry that we find here in Central Florida. Everything from simulation and training, to real estate, to education, to medical and entertainment. During that time period, we were also in the Spear Accelerator program, really focusing and honing in on how to bring Merge to the medical industry as a physical therapy and occupational therapy platform. After Spear, we made a lot of great connections, met a lot of wonderful people, especially our mentors. Helped us really kind of focus on how to bring Merge as a product to rehab. But there was doors just shutting left and right. Of course, government shutdown. We can talk about DOGE, DEI, all of these disruptions that were completely out of our control. It really put a strain on the company. So Q4 of last year was probably the darkest time in my company, not by choice. But it was probably the darkest time that I've ever been in as an entrepreneur. We weren't 100% sure if we were going to survive. We had, people leave the company. We had, no money coming in. We were looking at, really facing, 2020, beginning of 2026, shutting our doors. During Q4 and the holiday break, I kind of had to sit there and reevaluate on what we were going to do. So I started taking a look at, all right, what do I have? What do I have control over? Because I don't have control over these outside elements. What do I have control over? So we had Merge. I had 2 developers left. There was me, and there was my knowledge base. So when I started kind of taking a look at those elements, I said, all right, what else can I bring into the fold? There was still product development that we had to do with Merge, and I knew that was going to take time because we had to create the software that allowed us to take our raw data to turn it into clinician charts, get it FDA cleared, get reimbursement codes. All of that was going to take time and money, which I didn't have. So we started digging a little deeper. At the end of last year, I found a company that was already doing what we were looking to do, but they weren't utilizing a system like ours. They were able to produce not only the clinician charts, but they were FDA cleared and they already had the reimbursement. However, they weren't in the prosthetic and orthotics industry. They were already in sports rehab, they were already in rehabilitation, but they weren't in P&O, which they had no idea about this industry. So that was the other thing that we had, or that I had in my arsenal or in my tool belt. My father being a prosthetist, orthotist, watching him for over 30 years and how he struggled dealing with patients because he said, I could put the best device on a patient, but if they don't go to their therapy, then what's the point? Taylor Blackwell, who's in the room with me, has been on this journey with me for the last 6 years of leveraging different XR technologies for rehab, specifically for prosthetics and orthotics. So when we really focused in and said, all right, this is what we have control over, here's our pieces, and we basically, instead of trying to reinvent the wheel, we decided to partner with this company and say, hey, look, we know that you're in these markets, but you're not in this market. And we have the subject matter experts, we have the know-how, and it was by just starting that, like planting that seed, the conversation grew and grew and grew. And we were still facing no money in the door. But January 30th, I will not forget this date, January 30th this year, our partners, our software partners, came back and gave us global exclusivity to bring their product into the P&O market. We currently have Merge in the largest prosthetic and orthotic school in the country, which is in Tampa and tied to the largest VA hospital. By Q3 of this year, we're going to be bringing this product to the market for the P&O industry, which nobody in P&O has ever seen anything like this. So whereas we were at in 2025, one of the darkest times, in my life, in my company's life, it was the persistence, it was the tenacity, it was the things that I learned in the military to work the problem, stay calm, and know that today is not tomorrow and tomorrow is not forever. And here I am today on stage talking to you fine people, you business owners, talking about a success that I didn't think was going to happen. So what you're facing today, just remember, if you work the problem and take a look at what you have and really nurture that, you can find a solution.
Thanks for sharing. That's really powerful. Go ahead, John.
Yeah. I can embellish on my resounding no. So it's not that quitting is not okay or whatever. What I was responding to was quitting on yourself as or having a vision for building a successful company or whatever it is you want to do. It depends what we're talking about quitting. What is quitting? What are you quitting? I mean, if you meet failure or you meet a roadblock and everything is staring you in the face as this is not the right way to go, like as an early stage tech startup, the biggest risk for us is solving the wrong problem. So if we find out from data or from talking to customers or whatever is coming in that we're solving the wrong problem, of course we should quit that problem, and we did. We pivoted away from our first kind of thrust as a company. So it's okay to quit under the right circumstances, but kind of the meta higher level of like, this is going to be a successful organization, I'm going to be a success at doing this. No, that was not the quit that I was talking about.
It's all great advice, so thank you. Suzanne, you're one of the few military veteran women up here, and I was hoping you could maybe share a little bit of information and insights for the other women entrepreneurs in the room.
So a lot of people wonder if they should take a seat at the table, and the answer is yes. You should not let your imposter syndrome get in the way of the mission. So walk right in. Take a seat at the table. You have every right to be there as much as anyone else. I still travel for work and I'm in a room with 25 or 30 men and I'm the only woman. It doesn't matter. We're here to do a job. And if you can't get to the table, if you can't get in the room, then hire a consultant. There's several here today that would love to help you get in the room. And if you can't afford to hire a consultant, then get a wingman. Find out where your customers go, some sort of inexpensive networking event. Attend and bring somebody that you know through professional means. It could be a customer, a supplier. It doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman. It only matters if they've worked with you and they'll say something good about you. And as you walk around and work the expo floor or the networking room together, then they can say good things about you. I have a customer who I do this with, and he'll say, oh, Suzanne helped us complete this development on time. Then we went into production and we delivered 500 boxes to this airline on time, and we were the only supplier to do so. If I go around saying that about myself, I am unlikable, I sound like it's a sales pitch, or I sound like I'm bragging. But if somebody else says it about me, then it's valid. And then do the same for your wingman, because a rising tide raises all boats.
Thank you. Anthony, you serve with VetAdvise many veterans, and so the question is, do you find it easier or harder to serve others like yourself?
This is going to sound stupid, but I feel ashamed that I'm the only one doing this. And it sucks that I'm the only product out there that's trying to protect our veteran community from bad actors and the 19th century, right? 1900s, as my kids like to say when I was born. Yeah, so I'm trying to do what's right for our community. And I'm genuinely frustrated every day because, you know, like, we're a tech company and we go out for funding and we're in the seed round and like, who are your competitors? And I'm like, unfortunately, no one. I'm dead serious. Like, there's nobody out there doing what we're doing. There are so many people out there that charge veterans tens of thousands of dollars to do illegal things. But unfortunately, veterans pay. Our product should be implemented into the VA or DOW so that every veteran can transition effectively and efficiently into their system that is made for them. But like I said, nobody's doing it. So first mover advantage, I'll take that all day long. And yeah, I'm very proud of what the work we're doing. I take the work that I did at Amazon. I used to work at Amazon, and they said, like, be customer obsessed. And my customer now is my community, veteran community, their spouses, college-bound dependents. We need to do better for that community, and I'm doing everything I can to do the best for our community, provide the highest quality customer experience for all of us.
Well, thank you for doing that, and we are proud of all of you and the accomplishments that you've had. So thank you. And I believe everybody will be around if anybody has questions for them at the next break. So thank you again. Thank you for your service as well.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Andrea.
Thank you so much.
One more time for the innovation panel. Thank you all so much for sharing your expertise. Now, we all know that the innovation is really only half the battle. The funding is just as crucial when trying to grow a business and become an entrepreneur. So to introduce our next panel, which is all about funding the mission with capital pathways for veteran entrepreneurs, please welcome Sean Doherty, the Military Affairs at ViStar Credit Union Manager.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Sean Doherty. I served 27 years in the United States Navy, and I have the honor today of running the Military Affairs for ViStar Credit Union. Supporting those who continue to serve, both in uniform and beyond, is very personal to me. And I think that's why today's connection and the conversations we're having are so important. This panel is called Funding the Mission. And that title is intentional because the veteran entrepreneur's access to capital is not just another business challenge, it is often the difference between a mission that launches and one that never leaves the planning phase. Veterans bring discipline, adaptability, accountability, and leadership forged under pressure, yet despite those strengths, veteran-owned businesses are consistently underfunded every stage. From startup to scale, many face barriers translating military experience into lender-ready narratives, navigating unfamiliar financial systems, or accessing capital partners who truly understand their journey. And that gap matters. When veterans succeed in business, they do not build companies, they create jobs, strengthen families, reinvest leadership into our own communities. Funding the mission means investing in people who already know how to lead, adapt, and execute. That is why today's conversation and today's sponsor are so important. I want to take a moment to proudly recognize VyStar Credit Union as a sponsor of this panel. VyStar's commitment to past and present military members and their families goes far beyond statements of support. It is reflected in intentional investment, economic development leadership, and a willingness to meet veterans where they are while helping them get where they want to go. VyStar understands that supporting veteran entrepreneurs is not charity. It is smart, mission-driven investment in people who deliver results. Now let me introduce the experts who will help us unpack the challenges from multiple perspectives, including alternative capital, community lending, economic insight, and innovation ecosystems. Today's panel brings together leaders from across the funding ecosystem, each offering a different perspective on how to unlock capital and empowering veteran entrepreneurs to thrive. You'll hear insights from experts in venture capital, supporting high-growth innovation, micro-lending, expanding access to funding small and emerging businesses, banking and strategic sourcing, helping drive economic development, and regional innovation, fueling long-term growth and opportunity. This is a powerful combination of perspectives, and I know you'll walk away with valuable insights and actionable ideas. Now it's my pleasure to introduce our moderator and the panelists. Richard Bilbao, Editor-in-Chief of Orlando Business Journal, who will serve as our moderator. Michael Hugh Quattrini, CEO and Chairman of Capital Q Ventures, a Marine Corps veteran. Elsa Rosario, loan consultant at Ascendus. Pablo Caban, Vice President, VyStar Titusville. And Jack Henkel, Senior Cluster Manager with Florida High Tech Corridor. All right, please join me in welcoming our funding the mission panel to the stage. Quick round of applause. All right, Richard, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Sean. Obviously, a recap, as we know, and to our panelists as well, when a business owner has an idea, that's kind of the soul of a business. When you build the structure, that's the skeletal, that's the organs, but funding, capital, that's the lifeblood of a business. And without the blood, the body can't work. So that's the goal of this conversation, is to talk about the opportunities of capital, talk about where our veteran-owned businesses can go, and what are some of the best tactics they can have moving forward. So to open it up real quick, I'd like to ask if each of you can reintroduce yourselves and take a quick minute to describe what your organizations do. Q, I'll start with you.
Sure. So I'm with Capital Q Ventures. We're a local venture capital firm. We tend to be the first institutional check in an investment. So many companies come to us, but what we also do is we take responsibility to help the company fund their entire funding round. So while we'll write a check into the company, we'll also look at that company in a holistic manner and really help them get the entire funding they need for their funding.
Hello, everybody. My name is Elsa. I work with Ascendus. I'm one of the loan consultants. We do small business loans and small business lines of credits, going up to $50,000 and starting at $5,000. So as long as you have 6 months generating revenue, then we will be able to help you and give you an option for funding.
My name is Pablo. My name is Pablo Caban. I'm with ViStar Credit Union. We were founded, right, in the naval area in Jacksonville. So we have deep military roots from foundation. So we're a credit union, which means that we can provide better rates, fewer fees, more personalized advice to help you in that journey. And that journey starts from the idea, right? You cannot wait until you need the capital, right? You have to start building that relationship one step at a time. So in ViStar, we're proud ourselves of being able to do that.
So I'm Jack Hinkle. I'm with the Florida High Tech Corridor. So we are a nonprofit agency that helps high-tech companies launch, scale, and grow, primarily across the 23 counties of Central Florida. We have a few programs that enable that. One I'll probably spend a lot of time on today is our Florida Fast program, which I manage for the entire state of Florida. This helps companies in Florida access the $4.5 billion per year for a specific type of grant for early-stage, high-risk research and development.
So the first question is to kind of set the baseline. Can each of you talk about what is the kind of the state of the capital landscape today for each of you?
Well, I could talk about venture capital. So last year, there was more money went into venture capital than any other year in history, but the least number of companies were funded. And what that means is companies are going through their A round, their B round, their C round, even D and E rounds. And that means less money for the smaller companies. And so what we're trying to do is we're trying to spread the money out between a lot of smaller companies rather than just fund the largest companies or the headline companies.
What he said. So with the microloans, a lot of our funding comes from governments. So SBA loans, sometimes we don't have the funding. So it kind of goes up and down. The programs come and go. So we just have to see what we have at the time and what's the best option for you. Right now, we don't have the funding for the SBA loans. So it just depends what is the product that we have available at the moment.
Yes, I mean, right now it goes up and down, right? It's not a constant, but there's products at every stage that we can help, from a simple credit card to a business line of credit to a commercial building real estate loan. We invest heavily in the community because we're a credit unions. Those profits, it goes back to the members, right? So it's not like we're using that for shareholders. We reinvested that, and that gives us a little bit more wiggle room when it comes to looking at your profile. We don't look at just one single data point. We look a little bit more into the whole story, right, of what you're bringing to the table. So it gives us a little bit more flexibility than some of the bigger institutions.
Yeah, so if I focus on the kind of the federal R&D grant ecosystem, it's been, you heard on the last panel, very up and down over the past 6 months, 12 months, 18 months. In general, there's a trend for Florida companies receiving more and more funding through federal R&D funding and through these grants. It's gone up about 50% year over year from 2023 to 2025. One program that funds a lot of that for the last 6 months between October and March was paused. There was zero funding coming out of this SBI or STTR program for 6 months. That opened back up in April, and so we're seeing a lot of funding opportunities kind of flooding into the market across DoD, Department of Transportation, Education. So there's gonna be a lot of opportunities in the next 4 to 6 months because these agencies are trying to spend 12 months of funding in about 6 months.
When a business comes to you for the first time, they know what they do, they know what their product is, but maybe they're still learning of how to talk to the financing side. What's the biggest mistake or the costly mistake that you see veteran entrepreneurs make, and that happens during conversations, and what's your kind of advice?
So I think the biggest mistake is not really understanding the solution to the problem they're trying to address. They will build things and say, well, if I build it, they'll come. But in reality, if it's not a solution of a problem that's widely known and widely needed, they're never going to get funded. And so making sure they understand the problem against the solution that they have and making sure it's unique and a team that can execute on it is the most important thing for us.
Elsa?
I think also understanding what the bank is looking for, whoever's going to be giving you the loan or the line of credit or the credit card that you're looking for, they have specific requirements. And all those requirements are very specific to that company. So going to 5 different companies, running your credit 5 different times is only going to hurt you. But asking and building a relationship with one banker or whoever it is at that bank that can understand your story, understand how your business operates. They're going to give you the best rates. They're going to give you the best option for you, but not closing that door, making sure you're asking all those questions before running your credit 12 times.
Everything that she just said, that was perfect. It's not a matter of if you're going to need that cash, is when, right? And I see a lot of entrepreneurs and people that are not entrepreneurs wait until they need the money. You have to get ready before, right? And that goes into what she just said, building that relationship with that banker, getting them to know your business. Even if you don't have a business, if you have a business idea, that's this time to start, right? Because at the beginning, everything is exciting, but it's gonna come a point, like the previous panel, everything can be pulled out, right, from the get-go. So it's when business is good or you have already the funding or your credit is perfect, that's when you need to ask for that, right? Not when you need it, it's when you don't need it. So that would be my takeaway.
Yeah, so I think 2 things. One's, I think, common amongst everybody up here is if you wait until you need the money from a grant investment loan, you're probably too late to start at that point. So start before you really need it. You can plan, because this all takes longer than you think it's probably going to take. So planning early and kind of planning often is one big piece of advice. Specific on the federal grant side, a lot of people, when you start down this pathway, you start thinking about this. Let's say you have a healthcare technology company. If you only look at National Institute of Health, and you don't look at Department of Defense and some of these other agencies, you'd be surprised how broadly some of these agencies fund different technologies. So kind of narrowing yourself early on and not looking broad, at least initially, and then seeing what opportunities exist. A lot of companies kind of narrow themselves to one path, and then there's a lot of other opportunities you just don't see if you're not looking for them.
Q, when you evaluate founders, how do you weigh the idea versus the traction versus the team and the structure when you're basically given a pitch? How do you weigh that difference and what's important?
Well, very specifically for us, we put the most weight in the human beings that are part of the deal. Great ideas will come. You know, a lot of different technologies will come and go, but the team is what's the most important thing. For us, we would rather have a B company and A players than vice versa. And I think it's very important for us to understand that every entrepreneur is going to go through near-death experiences. And so getting through that, having the grit, understanding how they move back and forth, how they pivot, those are the most important things, and that's a human thing.
Elsa, when it comes to microloans and business owners trying to figure out, you know, what is how, you know, didn't know they existed, don't know if they qualify, what, in your idea, what's an ideal borrower and how does a veteran entrepreneur start that conversation?
Calling me. So it's important to know that we exist. Ascendus is a CDFI, so that's a community development financial institution. It's different than a bank. We don't do the same things. We might be able to help you before you're ready for a bank. So those clients that are less bankable, they might come to us first. So it's important to just know your community. The National Entrepreneur Center is a huge resource that has a bunch of different things going on constantly, and just knowing who to contact. So if you don't know, there's resources out there, talking to somebody, networking, they'll be able to point you in the correct way. Yeah.
Thank you. Pablo, business owners, they have their own accounts. They have a bank account, but trying to get that next relationship level, that's something that's new to them. What does it actually mean to start building that next level relationship for a banking partner? And what does it take to kind of start to loosen up that kind of grip and kind of get them more comfortable?
Well, it starts with showing up, right? Visit your local branch, ask to speak with a relationship banker, sit down with them, build that trust, build that relationship, right? Share what you're trying to accomplish. It's not like nobody's judging you, right? Sometimes I feel like people are like, no, I don't, they might steal my idea. Nobody's gonna steal your idea, right? So build that trust, be very upfront, try to be vulnerable, right? Because when it comes to that business, that cash flow, there's personal, like it becomes very personal. So I would say it's very simple. Just start building that trust and that relationship from day one, even before you have a business, because then we can tell a better story when that time comes from that you need that funding, right? We can tell the whole journey to that underwriter or whoever is reviewing your case.
Jack, when we talk about the options for grants out there, SBIRs, STTRs, can you break it down? Like, what are they? Who qualifies for them? How does a veteran-owned business start taking those first steps towards those?
Yeah, so specific to the SBIR, STTR grant. So SBIR stands for Small Business Innovation and Research Grants. This is a program from the federal government. So there's 11 agencies. There's not just one SBIR program. So Department of Defense, SBIR, is very different than Department of Education, SBIR. But the way it works is these are grants that have to go to a small business for early stage, high risk research and development. So the way the government likes to look at these programs or this type of funding is this can be the first capital in to fund your technology development, because an investor may not want to fund you if you don't know if your technology can work yet, right? That's hard to get an early check from some investors for that. So if you can use government funding up to between $200,000 and $1.5 million, typically is what these ranges are, to fund that early stage technology development, so then you can take that technology to market, find your first customers, and then go after venture capital or bring on people in the team to kind of grow it. That's the goal. When I say small businesses, the way they define this is less than 500 employees and being a for-profit company that is U.S.-owned or primarily U.S.-owned with the work being done in the U.S. So important point there is you have to be a for-profit company. You don't have to be profitable yet to apply for this funding. And it all goes into the research and development. So this is all technology development, not not to hire marketing, not for business development. This goes straight into the technology.
This next question is for all of you. There are studies out there that show that we're seeing an increased number of veteran-owned businesses, but the funding gap hasn't closed. So when you're looking at a veteran-owned business that exists and there's that gap of knowing how to access funding, what's the one kind of backdoor or, and I say this in a positive manner, the cheat code that they don't know that you would pass along?
So what I think is that they just have to get out there and network and figure out how to meet the venture capital firms and really build a reputation for themselves as a startup people want to invest in. I think many times veterans think that when they leave the military, they say there's no options for me, or they don't understand. And I see entrepreneurs coming from the university setting with much more confidence, and they really shouldn't. The veterans have so much more going for them, so they should feel just as confident to walk through the door of a VC and make their pitch.
Well, I think the biggest cheat code is just finding somebody that knows what they're doing and telling you what they're looking for, talking to a banker and telling you what you need to show so they're on your side. We're going to submit your application to the underwriters. We want to have a full picture of everything, and we want to get you there. If a bank is not your cup of tea, if they don't want to help you at that time, it's okay to accept a no. We can continue looking, we can prepare, we can look what you're ideally wanting to get, so that way you get prepared for the next step. So you might be able to start with maybe a $10,000 loan from me, then go over to Pablo and he'll give you a $100,000 loan and go somewhere else and then get a higher loan. So it's all about taking the steps to get prepared, see what it is that you are needing, and see also the company that's able to help get you there.
Yeah, I think it goes back to what I said previously, is that waiting for that moment that, oh my God, I need that cash, right? Because at that point, the circumstances are going to be very hard to overcome on the funding side. So I think a lot of the mistake, and I see it on my daily basis, is, oh, we offer to sit down and then, no, I don't have time. Obviously, you're an entrepreneur, you're trying to build. But I hear it a lot, I don't need it right now, right? I hear it a lot. And unfortunately, that is the time. That is the time that you need to go in, because you will get that funding. And, whether it's a credit card, a line of credit, it might have like a minimal annual fee or something like that. And people are like, oh, I don't want to pay that. But you're going to have access to $25,000, $50,000 at the moment that you will need it, even if that day is not today. So I cannot make that point stronger. It's like, get it when you don't need it, please.
Yeah, I would add one thing to that is don't let yourself fall off a cliff. Make sure you have enough runway to run your company, and that has to be meeting with folks like us on a constant basis to make sure that you have access to that.
Yeah, so I think, one, I don't know if it's a cheat code because it's still hard work, but something that can really kind of boost your effectiveness, your ability to go after these federal grants, and Matt talked about it with M3D on the panel before this, is find the right partners, find the right team members, because there's a lot of times you may not have every single skill set that you need to get where you need to be, but if someone else has it, how can you work? Find those people, find those companies, find those university partners, and figure out how to work together to get to that same goal, because you'll both be better off instead of having to bring it all in-house and kind of do it on your own. So find the right partners for those opportunities. You can really kind of both scale, or if it's a larger partnership, scale a lot more than maybe you could do on your own.
Q, you're both a Marine and a venture capitalist. How does your service inform you when you're evaluating founders that come into the room, and do veteran founders get like a little bit of extra benefit of the doubt from you? Like, is it a little brotherly, like I'm gonna give you an extra stuff?
Well, I wouldn't say they get a one-up, but there are traits that Marines have, or all military members have. Leadership, honor, integrity. These are not just words. These are traits that you want for any one of your founders. So for us, we lean into those people because we know what they've been through. We know that they can make it through, that they're not going to say no, that they're going to keep on, and they're going to be good stewards of our money.
Elsa, what's one financial habit or mistake that you see repeatedly blocking veteran entrepreneurs from accessing capital, and what's the fix to that?
Well, I think one of the things is relying just on your outside income. A lot of veterans do have that pension or retirement or disability. And unfortunately, when you're looking for business funding, it can't just all rely on your personal income, because then that would be a personal loan. So one of the things is differentiating the two things and making sure that your business is profitable on its own, and your personal salary is able to cover your personal expenses, because of course that's gonna help your cash flow. Just as in the previous panel, cash flow is the most important thing. So making sure that you differentiate the two, and your business is in one way and your personal in another.
Pablo, how does a credit union approach, supporting veteran-owned businesses compared to maybe your larger, more traditional banks? Like, how does a credit union set itself apart?
So there's a foundational difference, right? Because we're owned by our members. So like I said before, our profits go back to our members in a form of better rates, fewer fees, more personalized service. We invest back into our members. We don't respond to shareholders. There is not a quota that we have to meet a quota, at the end of the quarter. So we try to build that long-term relationship. We're more focused on that long-term relationship than a traditional bank. And same thing, we have access, like I talk to my underwriters. I used to work for a big bank before, and it was just a box, and if it didn't fit that box, that's it. And good luck finding out why it wasn't approved, right? In the time that I've been with the credit union, I've seen that there is a conversation that could be had, and decisions could be turned based on that storytelling that banker says to the underwriter based on the facts that we have for the entrepreneurs. So it's a fundamental difference in the way that we do business.
Jack, non-dilutive funding, grants, R&D credits, et cetera, we don't see as many veterans tapping into that as we would want to. Why is that from your perspective?
Yeah, so that's a hard question to answer from the veteran perspective, because some of these innovation grants don't really consider that as a criteria, and so it's really just, and I don't know if some of the, what some of the other panels have talked about, where it's, I've actually had this conversation with Rafael and Ricardo a little bit about some of the qualities of when you leave service, you're used to a little bit more structure, right? You have some more of this detail-oriented. And sometimes that kind of getting into the entrepreneurship world is a little bit more of the unknown. You're working with people who may not be as structured, right? And then being able to navigate to find the right opportunities, there's not one clear path for that. So you have to figure that out. But I do think as a veteran-owned company, you can leverage that to your advantage, because a lot of these grants require really detailed, you have to be very detail-oriented and very focused and very organized to be able to go for them. And a lot of traditional entrepreneurs maybe aren't always the most organized, let's say, in some of those cases. And so that can help you with some of your proposals. The question about why veteran-owned companies may not be accessing them, I think it's just these programs are just difficult to understand and difficult to kind of leverage if it's your first time. And you may not have that background of a university background or a research background where you're kind of used to looking at grants and evaluating them. And so that's where looking for some support on that first step can be really helpful.
This question goes back to each of you. When you're meeting a new potential partner, those first 10 minutes where you're kind of feeling them out, what are you looking for in terms of those qualities? And you talked a little bit about this already, Q, with the integrity and the trust. But besides those traits, what are also some of those signs that kind of raise a red flag for you?
Well, me personally, we look for that person that is unassuming, not arrogant, that they're there understanding that this is a true capital partnership. It's not just them going to take our money and say, okay, bye. That they understand that there is a responsibility on both sides for us to fund them and keep them going and keep them on the runway, but also that they have to report to us and make sure that all the information is back. So we feel a sense that they're only there just to get our money and run. We kind of run away from those.
Definitely what he said. At the end of the day, all lenders are gonna want to ensure one thing, and that one thing is that you're able to pay them back. So is your cash flow is there, you're not hiding anything from us, because we will find out. It's really important to be very transparent, to not start hiding things, because it's all going to be there. We run credit, we run background checks, it's all going to come up, and it's better for us to help you get prepared for underwriters if we get an understanding of why something happened. So we're on your side. Don't hide anything from us. We'll find out.
Yes, in the same token, we be transparent, right? Be forthcoming. I would say that also be focused on what you're trying to accomplish, right? If I see a new entrepreneur that comes in, sits down, and is launching 5 different businesses at once, that's a little bit of a red flag, right? So, having that single-minded purpose for that business, I think it will be key. And yeah, be transparent. We're gonna find, the underwriters are gonna find out. Yeah.
You guys sound like the CIA. We will find out. But no, a different version of being transparent is have honest self-reflection for your company and yourself. And so, in the grant side of things, what that means is, can you honestly identify what the gaps in your team are, in your partners, in your product? Because that's what, if you can be honest about that, then you can put the right plan in place to kind of, what do you need the funding for? Where is that going to go? Because everybody, you are going to have a gap somewhere, and that's why you're looking for money. You're trying to fill that gap. You're trying to build the product, build the team. So if you can be honest about that, the reviewers, the partners, the federal agencies are going to kind of realize that, and they appreciate that more than someone saying, nope, we need a little bit of money. We can do it all, kind of to your point. So that kind of honest self-assessment is really important.
So before this next question, I just want to tell the audience, we're going to open it up for Q&A. Obviously, you will never get these 4 experts in the same room, and you can talk to them for free, obviously, here and get the advice. So if you have a question, start thinking about it. We'll have a microphone coming around right after this next question. What does investor ready or lender ready, as these kind of these hot words actually mean to you? Investor ready and lender ready, and what does a founder need to have in place before they come to you and kind of throw those words at you?
Yeah, I would say that you have to have a consideration of what it looks like forward-looking. You have to be able to know your numbers and project those out and tell us where you're going to be in 2 to 3 years, 5 years, so that we can get on board on the journey with you. Somebody that comes to us and they don't really understand their numbers, they don't understand their projections, it's real hard for us to support them. So I think really knowing your numbers and giving them in a concise manner is very important for us.
Yeah, knowing your numbers and also making sure your cash flow is where it needs to be, and being open to just getting the feedback. Maybe you're not ready right now, but maybe you'll be ready in 3 months once we can reevaluate. It's okay to get a no. It's okay to be declined. There's going to be another option. Of course, we want it right now, but it could be poor planning at that moment. Maybe you lost your time when it's, just as you said, that you want to be able to get your loan when you don't need it, because that's when your business is peaking, your cash flow is going to be the best, and that's when people are going to want to let you borrow money because you're showing you're able to pay it back.
Yeah, make sure that you have a clear distinction, going back to the point that she made, of your personal expenses versus your business expenses, showing a clear division between your personal lifestyle and your business. I think a lot of entrepreneurs, especially at the beginning, there's a lot of commingling when it comes to that. And when you're trying to get that funding, that access to capital, that could be one of the red flags, going back to what you were asking. So from day one is the easiest time to build that wall between your business and your personal, because if you wait until you're making a couple $100,000 a year, it's a mess. And I've seen people come with a shoebox full of receipts, be like, here you go. I'm like, no, turn around and find an accountant and let's do this the right way. So yeah, if you can have that from the get-go, it will make life so much easier for you guys, and it will make so much easier for whatever capital that you're trying to access.
Yeah, I'd say part of this is being able to tell a consistent story. So are you able to talk about the problem you're solving, the market that you're looking at, and then how exactly what you're building fits into that now and will in the future, right? So can you identify that path forward? And how does the team that you have in place how does that all connect to what you want to build, where you want to go, and the market that you want to get to? So all that needs to really connect together in a really good story, and you have to be able to kind of tell it in a way where you can get the 30-second version, the 2-minute, or the 20-minute version of all of that. So if you can kind of handle all of that and capture all that, then you can you're pretty well set up. I think if you're looking for investment, for grants, for loans, that's all really helpful.
All right, I want to make sure, does anybody in the audience have a question for our panel related to capital, funding, access to it? We have one in the back. Go ahead.
Hello there, my name is Matt Figueroa with Crestvale. During capital raises, it's often the company is being asked the questions, but how does a new tech founder qualify a VC to find the right one and not get taken advantage of?
You know, that's a good question. There are a tremendous amount of companies out there that are actually not a fund, but they're just sourcing money or chasing money down. So I would say you want to look at their portfolio, understand what they're investing in, what they're actually got money in, and not just be looking at the person that has a great story. Know what they're about, know what their theses are, and know how it's strategic for you.
Thank you.
Anybody else in the audience? Right here? Go ahead. Just project your voice.
Hello, I'm Michael Martin with Autoshops.com. So I got a team, got a great story, won pitch competitions, but I don't have any sales yet. But I want to be able to be ready when I do need the money. What point should I start going? Do I need to have sales? I'm doing a brand new way of doing how to find an auto shop. Auto shops will bid on the actual repair. So it's kind of a new thing. So I need to figure out when I should get the money or who do I approach, and is there like a book or a way to ask that question, a resource?
So obviously at the beginning of the entrepreneur journey is going to be a lot. Your business credit is going to be based on your personal credit. So I would say that could be step one, right? To try to get that first step. Organizations like Ascendus, I worked with them in the past, and they provide it as well. So I think it's going to be a combination of a little bit of here, a little bit of here, maybe some grants that you might have access to as well, depending on the industry that you're at. Look for your local nonprofits. I know at ViStar we support over 400 nonprofits that are like boots to the ground. We have given over $8 million to them. So it's not gonna be one silver bullet. It's gonna be 100 BB guns. So, you know, so it's gonna be a little bit of everything.
Right.
And I would add that you want to make sure that you go to friends and families, go to local banks and all that stuff before you start approaching institutional investors, because VCs are going to be hard on you. And so companies like ours, we need you to have revenue or sight on revenue in the next 6 months or so. So, you know, you want to make sure that you raise some money because you want to have the money to grow. But you want to do it probably through friends and family and local financial institutions.
All right, as we wrap up this panel, I have one last question for you, and it's more of that call to action question. What's the single most important thing every veteran entrepreneur in this room should do in the next 30 days to take that first step towards capital?
For us, make sure you build out a plan. A business plan is the most important thing to give you a roadmap. So make sure you understand your business, understand your plan, project your financials, and make sure that you are on plan when you come to a venture capital firm like us.
I would say building a great team, an accountant, a banker. The accountant, you tell them what you're wanting to do with your business next. If you are wanting to set your business up for a loan, then you need to tell them that instead of having a bunch of write-offs, a bunch of expenses, and not making your business look as profitable, we will want it to look more profitable, and that's something that they will help you with. So building a good team, a lawyer, those will all have your back.
Yeah, I would say from the banking perspective, it's just make an appointment, get with your local bank, see where they at, and how they can meet with you and help you. From an entrepreneur perspective, I would say find out what's your constraint, right? There's one constraint that is holding every business, and as soon as you discover that, everything else becomes secondary. Focus on that constraint until you solve it.
Jack? Yeah, so I'll say two things. When I'm talking to companies, this is a little more specific to technology-based companies, or if you're going to think about building technology, I'll ask companies this question. It's, if someone gave you $1 million in 2 years to build a technology to solve the ultimate problems you want to solve, what would that look like? And then start to back into what do you need to do today to get to that point in 2 years from now? And that's where you start looking at some of the grant opportunities and seeing what's there. So what are the kind of the critical 2 or 3 things that you need to solve to get to that point in 2 years if someone gave you that check? So start making that checklist, that plan. What do you need in terms of team, resources, equipment, whatever that is. And then that can be your starting point to start to look for some of these funding opportunities. The second part to that is our program, our FAST program that I manage is free for any company in the state. I have a lot of resources that I can kind of give you the outline of where to start to look up, to start to kind of put that plan together for yourself and look at what agencies you can be looking at. And so I'm happy to give that information to anybody in here, and then have a meeting to kind of follow up and see the best kind of strategy and pathway for that. So,
can we get a round of applause for our panel here? Thank you so much.
Thank you one more time for our panelists. Such great discussion and really good tips to help fund your mission. And now we have reached one of the most meaningful moments in our day. We're going to present the 2026 VEI Vanguard Award. The VEI Vanguard Award honors a veteran entrepreneur who has demonstrated exceptional leadership, innovation, and impact, someone who's driving real change, lasting change in the veteran business community. And to present this year's award, I want to welcome to the stage a prior VEI Vanguard Award winner, Kyle Evans, who's the managing member of PWB Capital, a VEI alum and Army veteran.
Good afternoon. It's truly an honor for me to be back here today. Receiving the inaugural Vanguard Award 2 years ago was incredibly meaningful to me because it recognized something bigger than just business success. It recognized the journey veterans take after service. When I left the Army, I sort of struggled to find the same sense of purpose that I felt while wearing the uniform. Entrepreneurship provided me something greater than just a career. It gave me a new mission. It allowed me to continue building teams, solving problems, and creating opportunities for others. One thing I learned along the way is that veterans are uniquely equipped to build businesses. We understand resilience, accountability, teamwork, and how to lead when the pressure is high. That's why I love what this award represents. It recognizes veterans who continue serving long after their military career ends by building companies, creating opportunities, and strengthening their communities. And that's exactly what this year's recipient does. This year's recipient is a West Point graduate, a 20-year Army officer, and an Orlando founder who identified a training gap that existed for centuries, and he built a solution. Christopher Chambers is the founder and CEO of Sirius Simulations. His patent-training grenades and Claymore simulators are the first intelligent munition devices ever built for Army use. They tell a soldier in real time whether or not they would have been safe in the battlefield. Last year, the U.S. Army awarded him a $28 million contract to build 30,000 of these devices. That's not just innovation, that's really impact. Chris Chambers is exactly what this award was created for, a veteran who kept serving just in a different uniform. It is my honor to read the 2026 VEI Vanguard Award citation. Christopher M. Chambers, with deep admiration and profound gratitude, we proudly salute and honor you for your unwavering commitment to our nation in uniform and your unrelenting pursuit of success as a veteran entrepreneur. Your exemplary dedication to both your country and your business serves as a shining inspiration to us all. Chris, will you please join me on stage?
Wow, that's a surprise and an honor, especially considering all the wonderfully deserving candidates that are out there. So yes, thank you, Ricardo and Raphael, for years of help and assistance back in the Business Incubator and through VEI. Couldn't have been as successful as I'm starting to become without all your help and help of many others. I like the teardrop, or the droplet design kind of represents blood, sweat, or teardrops, I guess, all of which are part of the entrepreneurial experience at some point. But I think veterans echo the same comments of several of the panelists, that veterans are immensely qualified to be successful entrepreneurs through your experiences, your attitude, your leadership, and courage and perseverance. Perseverance is probably one of the greater qualities I think that's important for me. When I started the company with my partner, we were going to be in and out in 5 years, and here it is, year 11, going on 12. And we're finally getting to the point where we thought we'd be in 5 years. So perseverance definitely is an attitude and a commitment to really make things happen through the ups and downs over the years. But I thank VEI because they're an organization that helps connect the dots for some of the things that veterans may not have when they come out of the service: business communication skills, business plans, accounting, finance, legal advice, those things. VEI helps to connect those dots for veterans and meet the right people in events like this and other events. So thank you for starting VEI and for having such a successful organization with great impact. So at this point, I would note that I'm also evidence that you can start a business at any age. So you see from the color of my hair, I started this business 11 years ago, so I was in my 50s. So entrepreneurship isn't just for the young. It's really just a matter of mindset and an idea and some perseverance, as I mentioned. So I'm also standing between you and the drinks at the networking reception. So I will wrap this up and just say thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
You got to carry that around with you for the rest of the day and through the networking. All right. Before we close out today's program, we do have one more exciting moment we want to bring up to the stage. Thanks to our incredible partners at the National Entrepreneur Center, we're giving away those round-trip tickets to anywhere Southwest Airlines flies. So please help me welcome Katie Cook to come draw our winner of today's raffle. Is Katie here? Can we get a drum roll in the room?
What's it work for you guys? You don't sound excited.
They're focused on the happy hour, Katie.
I know, but they're not set up yet, so we gotta slow. Okay. There's not enough tickets in here. Are you sure you didn't buy enough?
And the winner's Carla Ray.
Oh.
No.
Well, I have initials.
You want to read them? Sure. MSG?
That's me right here.
Prove it.
I was not prepared.
She bought like 10 tickets.
See, congratulations. Let me know where we're going on our girls' trip, okay? Perfect, perfect.
I'm gonna let you get in there. No, you.
You gave them to her.
You asked for them. I like the wrong blue. Yeah.
Thank you again to the National Entrepreneur Center for providing that wonderful raffle today, and you have to play to win. She put the tickets in, so. All right, officially to close out today's program, the only man standing between you and happy hour is a man, again, who needs no introduction, but I'd like to welcome to the stage one of the driving forces behind everything we've experienced today. You know him, you love him, a true champion for veteran entrepreneurship in Central Florida and beyond. Rafael Camaño is the co-founder and executive director of the Veterans Entrepreneurship Initiative and serves as interim director of the UCF Innovation Districts and Business Incubation Program. He's an Army veteran and a catalyst of homegrown companies. He holds an MBA from the Polytechnic University of Puerto Rico, along with certifications from Harvard University, the Kauffman Foundation, Corporate Coach International, and the National Business Incubation Association. If that's not enough, in 2025, Rafael was named Professional of the Year at the 28th Annual Don Quixote Awards, recognized as one of the most influential leaders here in Central Florida. He's also a 2019 recipient of the Orlando Business Journal's Veteran of Influence Award and a 40 Under 40 nominee here in Orlando. And if you haven't gotten the opportunity to get to know Rafael, please, please take your chance today, because this man will champion you in any room. Please help me welcome Rafael Camaño to the stage. I'm like, where did he go? He was over there the whole time.
Good afternoon. I won't take much of your time because I'm not much of a talker. But what I want you to walk away with is basically the why. And if you want to learn more about the why from Ricardo and I, read the book Startup Nation. That book changed my mindsets about veterans in the United States, because I couldn't recognize myself as a veteran for many years until I read that book. And that was inspiration for us to create VEI, which, by the way, the intentions were not to create VEI. The intentions was to help one veteran at a time, and we did. We met with a veteran every Thursday from 2 to 4, and the first veteran that we assisted is now, well, he has now a manufacturing facility in Longwood. And we kept getting veterans coming in every week. We're not getting paid for this. We're working out of passion. And then we decided, well, instead of meeting with one of them individually, let's create a cohort. So long story short, we've been at it since 2013. And thanks to Orange County, thanks to all the support that we have got from Veterans Florida and ViStar and the rest of the local sponsorship opportunities, we're still here. And we're proud to say that we help about 1,000 veterans every 2 years with over 7 cohorts per year. So the reason we can do that is because we have a strong team and we're all passionate. So having a strong team is a key. Also, we were talking about cash flow. We also run into that situation too. So we also have a line of credit, just so you guys know. So my point is, be proactive, make sure you talk to your banker, find out the why, build a team, help each other. And to close this real quick, in order for me to move forward, I had to leave the past behind. And I was able to do that because I opened my own company, and that's how I was able to transition. And I had the company for 7 years. So it's okay to forget the past, but don't forget the skills that you learned through the military. Those are the best tools that you have in your arsenal. And those are the tools that are going to help you achieve your goals. From leadership to team building to mission-oriented, those are things that I use every day, and that you need to use them to become a better civilian, whether you're a pastor, whether you are in education, or whether you're running your own company. With that said, thank you for coming. Thank you to my team. Ricardo, you made it happen. And thank you for all the sponsors. Have a good afternoon, and I hope to see you next year. Thank you.
All right, the bar is open. We'd like to welcome you now to our networking reception. Don't forget, on the back of your name tag, there is an opportunity for you to take a survey. And Ricardo and Rafael, and of course Rebecca, who is not here today but still very involved with VEI, they use that feedback to improve year after year. So we look forward to seeing you at the networking reception, and get home safely.
The reception is now open. Head to the garage for refreshments, great conversation,